Hello my loves, welcome to my channel Son of Stars and welcome to today's pick a card reading. As you can tell by the title, today's pick a card reading is going to be about big changes that are coming your way. Okay, so we're going to look at what big changes are coming your way, what is really about to turn upside down in your life, what kind of like big changes are you manifesting, or what big changes are you being prepared for. Okay, that's what we're going to look at today in this reading. If you're new here, my name is Cynthia and I'm your weird psychic girl from next door, reminding you of how magical the universe is and that the universe is always speaking to you. Okay, and I'm here to read your cards. Without further ado, in the next clip you can choose between 3 images. If you feel indecisive, go on Google, find a number generator and ask your spirit guides to guide you to the right pile. Also, if you feel like I might have more than one pile, I'm not sure, you know, or if you feel drawn to more than one pile, then go ahead, like, you know. If you're not sure about it, you can also add a number 4 to the number generator, and if the number generator spits out the number 4, then that does mean that you have more than one pile in this pick a card reading. Okay guys, but without further ado, I would say you choose a pile and I'm going to see in your reading, guys. Hello my lovely pile number 1, welcome to your reading, guys. So as you can tell by the title, this is going to be a reading about big changes that are about to come your way. Okay, so we're going to see what big changes are coming your way, what is about to turn your life upside down. Okay, that's what we're going to look at today. So let me tap into the energy here, pile number 1. Pile number 1, I have a question for you. I want to ask you a question. Or I feel like pile number 1, you have been either around of negative people or you have been around people that complain a lot. You could have felt like you are surrounded by negative Nancys, by people that are very negative, pessimistic, very competitive people, or one fight after the other, where the people around you like to fight, or they like to provoke or cause issues, or every time you talk to them, they're somehow involved in some kind of drama. Maybe even if it's not involving you, but every time you talk to people, there's always drama, or there's something going on with, because we have the 5 of Swords here, and then we also have the card here, the negative energy that's sent to you returns to them now. Ma'at's energy is present. So I feel like pile number 1, you had a lot of, because I'm seeing pile number 1, I'm seeing you being very stressed out in the morning, because we have the morning card here. So to me this almost feels like you wake up in the morning and all hell breaks loose, or you already have a fight with your neighbor in the morning, or you already have a fight with your roommate in the morning, or you already feel the negative energy from your roommate or your neighbor right the first thing in the morning, or maybe even super loud neighbors. You open up your eyes and it's already super loud. It's already super freaking loud around you. There's something going on with like where you wake up and you have a super stressful morning. Maybe when you go into the office, the first thing that you see is like a negative Nancy giving you a stank face, or it's because I'm picking up the energy here of like the big change that is coming to you is that you're going to have a peaceful morning, or like that you're going to have a lot of peaceful mornings. There's something going on with like where you're going to wake up in the morning and it's going to feel peaceful, instead of like, oh my god, what drama is about to come my way today, or who am I going to fight with today, or what kind of shady comment is my roommate going to give me today, or say, or something like that. Like there's something going on with where you wake up in the morning and you know drama awaits you. You wake up in the morning and you know like chaos awaits you, or like a negative person, or like negative comments or something like that, or someone like putting you down or whatever, kind of like where you already know like, okay, I woke up and that means drama is coming my way. Or maybe you even feel like, oh my god, I don't want to go into the kitchen because there's my roommate and I don't like my roommate. So it's already like in the morning you're super stressed, or in the morning you already like fear walking into negativity, or you fear walking into negative people, is what I'm picking up here. Again, for some of you guys, it's because of your home, like where maybe you have neighbors around you that you really dislike, or you have neighbors around you that really dislike you, or like a roommate. And for others of you, this could be a co-worker, where you walk into the office and the first thing that they do is like say something that ruins your mood. That's the vibe that is coming through here. I feel like this has been going on around you the last couple of like months and weeks, and your spirit guides are telling me the big change that is coming to you. I think I want to put the meditation music a little bit more up, but I feel like it's also very metaphorically speaking, where the meditation or like the meditative energy is going to be a lot more louder, and the chaos or like the negative people or like negative comments or negative energy is going to be like, you're not even going to hear. We're going to talk about this, something about where I'm hearing I can't hear my haters, or I can't hear the negativity, or I don't hear any negativity. But I feel like it's something about like people talking or people always gossiping, and you're kind of like right in the middle, and you don't want to be around gossip girls, but you have to because of circumstances, okay? It's kind of like, I don't want to hear. Something about noises is what I'm picking up here as well, like loud noises or loud neighbors or something like that is what I'm picking up here as well, where you kind of maybe even feel like sometimes, oh, I need to put my headphones in, or I need to like turn up the volume of my music so I don't hear what is going on over here. I'm even hearing like a construction site could be around you as well, or you could be living in a very nosy neighborhood. I'm hearing it in two ways, kind of like where they're nosy about like what you do and you don't have any privacy, or they're noisy, they're noisy, kind of like loud, or like, I don't know, they bring so much like restlessness because they're always like, I don't know, doing stuff, and it's like super loud, and you can never rest because they're freaking loud, you know. But again, give me a moment. I just want to turn up the volume of the meditation music. Yeah, you could have even felt weird about like, I don't know, let's say for example your roommate has a girlfriend or a boyfriend, and you don't like this girlfriend or boyfriend, but you have to deal with them because they come over every weekend, and maybe they're like, they look at you from head to toe, and you feel like a nasty energy from them, but you cannot do anything about it. So you're dreading going into the kitchen, or you want to get out of your home on the weekends because you know there's a person that you don't want to be around. That's the vibe that is coming through here, okay? So I feel like the first thing, like this first big change that is coming, or like this big change that is coming to you, is kind of like peace in the morning. I'm hearing something about peace in the morning, okay? Because if you look at this card right here, do you see how she's like driving away from those dark clouds? Do you see that? For me, this is like chaos or negativity, and you're like driving away. It literally looks like she's relocating, or she might even be moving. Okay, so for some of you guys, this big change could be a move. For some of you guys, this big change could be a move, but I'm also picking up here, when I looked at this card, all I could feel was like peace and quiet. Like I felt such a peace and quiet energy. Is it in focus even? Doesn't look like it is. So when I looked at this card, all I felt was like peace and quiet, almost as if your mornings are going to look like this, like you're going to hear the birds chirping instead of someone, I don't know, gossiping or someone fighting, you know. Maybe you even grew up in a home where everybody was fighting with each other, or every morning there was a fight, every morning there was drama, every morning there was a disagreement, okay, or something like that. You could have even grown up in a home like that, okay? So for some of you guys, like I pick up this energy of like birds chirping in the morning, and you put on some meditation music or some slow jams, some jazz music, and you really just enjoy the peace and quiet. Like it's so quiet, so peaceful around you, okay, instead of fucking chaos all the time. Okay, so it's kind of like you're gonna feel at peace with your morning or your morning routine, or you're gonna feel so happy in the morning because it's so peaceful and quiet around you, or you know that peace awaits you, or that there's no drama or no chaos or no negative Nancy coming your way. Okay, so for some of you guys, this could be literally because you are about to manifest. If you have been trying to manifest moving or a new home, your spirit guides want you to know, like, it's going to manifest. Spirit guides want you to know it's going to manifest because we have the key card here. So you could be literally manifesting a new key because it talks about big changes. So when we talk about big changes and the key comes out, it means there's going to be a change when it comes to your key. Okay, so I'm hearing a work key, meaning that you will soon have a new job that is going to bring a lot of peace to you, kind of like where your co-workers are a lot more peaceful, your boss is a lot more peaceful, maybe even the view of that new workplace is a lot different, kind of like where the old workplace, everything was like gray, or even like the area in which your workplace was, maybe was like shady or dark or industrial, no trees. And then this new workplace, there's trees everywhere, and there's like a maybe even ocean view or like a little pond, like almost as if like it's gonna feel like the place in which you work at is going to feel so peaceful that you even enjoy walking or driving to your workplace in the morning because you really enjoy looking at the scenery. Yeah, I'm hearing a change of scenery, okay, is what I'm picking up here, especially when it comes to how your morning looks. Your morning is going to look very, very different a couple of months or weeks from now. Yeah, I'm hearing your mornings are going to look a lot more peaceful in the future, where again, this could be literally because your workplace is going to be kind of like where you have a new job, and that new job is close to a coffee shop that you really enjoy, and that coffee shop brings so much peace to you, and you really like are excited to go to this coffee shop in the morning and get your, I don't know, matcha latte, you know, and sit there for like 10 minutes before you go up into your workplace, or you go up into the building, or like you go inside the building, you know, or there's going to be a little pond or like a little lake or something about trees or whatever, or just like the scenery. When you look outside of the window, it's going to be beautiful is what I'm picking up here. I'm hearing, I just keep elevating, no loss, it's just upgrading, because I'm hearing the song Level Up, but I think she's in the song, she says like the view is the best, something about the view, like what you see. Yeah, I'm hearing what you see in the morning is going to change like drastically. What you see and what you feel in the morning is going to change drastically. Okay, that's the vibe that is coming through here. Again, this could be because of you manifesting a key, kind of like this is either a new work key because you're going to manifest a new job, or a new job offer, or even a job offer is going to come your way. Maybe you're telling me, Cynthia, I'm not manifesting a new job. A job offer is going to come to you anyway. Even if you're not manifesting a new job, your spirit guides want to get you out of like a toxic work environment. And so a job offer is coming to you, okay? There's something about, maybe for just an example, maybe you have been praying for better health, but your spirit guides know your health cannot improve at your current workplace, so a job offer is going to come to you even though you didn't particularly ask for a new job. Does that make sense? That's what I'm picking up here as well, because we have the message card here. So I'm hearing a big announcement, or like a message. It's kind of like a message that is going to change your life, or a message that is going to change, that is going to bring a big change to you. For example, an email or a call. For example, an email or a call is going to bring a big change to you, or something about a letter is what I'm picking up here, or something about someone. Yeah, kind of like I'm picking up a job offer, or again like a letter that is going to tell you, hey, pick up your keys, like you have been approved, or like you get the apartment, or you get the, how you call it, you get the job. So your work keys are going to change, or your home keys, like your keys to your home, are going to change, is what I'm picking up here, okay? Yeah, because I feel like you have been praying to your spirit guides for something, and they knew that you need to change your environment. Like your environment doesn't allow you to fully heal or to fully prosper and flourish, so they're going to take you out of some type of environment. May that it's either work or your home. It's either your home, fathers of you. This could even be, if this is not about you moving, this could be that one of your neighbors is going to move very soon, and maybe this has been like a creepy neighbor that is always like making sexual comments, and you feel very uneasy around him, or maybe kind of like, I don't know, a jealous girlfriend that always has been, I don't know, like looking at you sideways. There's something about, even if it's not about you moving, someone around you is moving, or like one of the neighbors that has been sending negative energy to you, or that has been talking very badly about you, they're gonna like move elsewhere. So it's gonna be a lot more peace and calm or quiet in your neighborhood, or again, you're not gonna be scared to run into somebody in the morning because they don't live there anymore. That's what I'm picking up here, okay? And again, Father Sophie, this is a message. I feel like this could have something to do with a job offer, Okay, I pick up a strong energy of like a job offer, or like a job that is very, very kind of like a job that doesn't, this to me feels like a job that doesn't ruin your health. Maybe you've had one job after the other, and every job was kind of like taking a toll on your health, may it be mentally, physically, or emotionally. And this next job that is coming to you is a job. It might still be a stressful job, but it's not going to be so stressful that it's going to affect your health, if that makes sense. Or it's not going to be so stressful that you're going to wake up in the morning being scared, or that you're going to wake up in the morning. I'm hearing peace prevail. So even with this new job, even if this new job is demanding, or you still have to do the same thing as in your old job, it's still something about your coworkers, or this workplace itself, or the building. Maybe there's good feng shui in the building, or something about the people that you work with. Even the hours could be a lot more better for you. Maybe you have to start your workday at 11 in the morning instead of at 8. So you have 3 hours in the morning to kind of like, I don't know, enjoy your coffee and like, I don't know, go for a run, go to the gym. It's kind of like you're going to be so excited or so happy with how your morning looks. Like your morning routine is going to be your favorite time, or you're going to love waking up in the morning, and you're going to love your morning routine. You're going to love like walking to work in the morning, or you're going to love like cleaning up your home in the morning because there's no negative Nancy, no like negative roommate around you. Something about like you're going to be so excited or so happy about how your morning looks. You're going to be like, ah, what a beautiful day, or like rise and shine. That's what I'm picking up here. But I feel like you don't feel like this right now, because you could have like people around you that are very negative, or you might be always fighting with somebody, like but yeah, I feel like it has something to do with like in the morning. I don't know what that means. Like you already wake up in the morning, you're like, oh God, I don't want to see this person, I don't want to fight with them, I don't want to hear their negative, I don't want to, you know, like they always say something negative to me in the morning. Or I don't know, I always get a call and there's always like something that I need to fix in the morning. Like something like that is what I'm picking up here, okay? Yeah, because we have here the fire, I mean, it's the 3 of Wands. But I'm also hearing if you have been living in an apartment that was like on the 1st or the 2nd floor, maybe a big change that is coming to you is that you're gonna maybe live in an apartment that is like on a high floor, or like has like a lot more floors, and you're gonna be like up a little bit more high up there when it comes to where your apartment is located. And so you're gonna have a different view in the morning when you look outside of your window, but it's gonna be healing for you. It's gonna bring you peace. Okay, yeah, I'm even hearing like the view out of your window is gonna bring you peace. And maybe the view of you out of your window right now doesn't give you peace at all. Like it maybe stresses you out, gives you anxiety, makes you feel negative, or gives you like negative thoughts or something like that is what I'm picking up here, okay? So this is what is about to change, something about your morning. But if you look at this card right here, it's also like a fighter car. Yeah, I'm hearing like something about, yeah, I'm hearing an alarm clock. Something about an alarm clock, or again, kind of like where you feel like you wake up in the morning and shit already hits the fan, or you already feel like negative energy in the air, or you already, I don't know, like someone is already like snarky to you, or you already have to like see somebody that you don't want to see. So kind of like where it sets the tone for like, oh, you know, like I just woke up and I cannot even like drink my coffee in peace. I cannot even walk to work in peace. I cannot even like, I don't know, sit in my office in peace in the morning, okay? Yeah, that's what I'm picking up here, okay? We also have here the card February. So for some of you guys, you could be born in the month of February, and for others of you, I'm feeling like you tried to manifest something since February, okay? Or maybe there has been some type of like negative energy around you since February, kind of like where maybe you have a new coworker, and that coworker is really mean, and they always say something mean in the morning when you see them. And maybe you know them since February. There's something going on with February, okay? Where maybe, I feel like I'm also hearing it has been so bad since February. So maybe you always have been surrounded by like negative people, or you always have been surrounded by like, again, people that complain a lot, people that gossip a lot, people that compete a lot, people that are very snarky, very bitchy, like very bitchy people, you know. Maybe you have been dealing with them for quite some time, but I'm hearing since February it has been very, very bad, is what I'm picking up here, okay? So something about since February it has been really, really bad, or yeah, you feel like you need to get out of there as fast as possible. Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. You need to get out of there as fast as possible. You could have felt like it's not that bad, or you can handle it, but since February you feel like, no, you cannot handle it anymore. You need to get out of there as fast as possible. That's what I'm picking up here. But your spirit guides are agreeing. They're trying to get you out of that place, okay? So yeah, you're gonna be happy and excited in the morning. You're gonna blast music in the morning, make yourself breakfast, and you're gonna be excited about making breakfast, and you're gonna be excited about like walking to work, or you're gonna be excited about starting your day. There's something about where you didn't feel excited about starting your day because you already knew, like, you have to see this person, you have to talk to them, they're gonna say something stupid, they're gonna ruin your mood, they're gonna talk about the food that you eat, or I don't know, something like that is what I'm picking up here, okay? That's what I'm picking up here the strongest. We also have here the card, the 6th chakra. It says the energy of the 3rd eye chakra supports our inner sight and intuitive abilities. So that could also be a big change when it comes to your 6th chakra, which would be the 3rd eye chakra. Okay, yeah, there's something about, there's a big change when it comes to what you see in the morning, what you feel and see in the morning. You're gonna be happy and excited and like ambitious, instead of feeling like you need to avoid something or somebody, or feeling like you need to get ready to defend yourself, you need to get ready to deal with somebody, you need to mentally prepare. It's almost as if you don't have to mentally prepare anymore for a war or for a fight, or for a fight or flight energy. You're gonna feel like there's nothing that you need to worry about because it's not there anymore, okay? Or you don't have to deal with it anymore, okay? Yeah, for some of you guys, I'm also picking up here, we have the seahorse and it says family matters. So another thing that I'm picking up here, pile number 1, is that there could even be an energy. Take it with a grain of salt. You're going to know if this message is for you or if it's not, okay? For some of you guys, pile number 1, there could have also been a golden thread when it comes to everybody in your family is dealing with some type of issues. Like, everybody has the same mental health issues, everybody has the same physical health issues, everybody has the same, something about where something is repeating itself over and over and over again when it comes to your family or when it comes to your lineage. And I feel like it has something to do with like either problems at work or something about mental health issues. When I'm gonna be honest, I also pick up here a big change that is coming to you is that you broke a generational cycle, or you broke a generational curse, because I feel like there has been a lot of people in your family tree that did something in their lifetime that didn't allow them to feel peace. So they either did not know how to find peace, or maybe their karma that they couldn't feel peace because they maybe ruined another person's peace. So there could be an energy where certain people in your family lineage received karma for hurting other people, and their karma was that they can never find peace. Maybe that they never have a peaceful sleep, or that they feel a lot of anxiety in the morning, or that they never find peace when it comes to a home or a workplace, where they always have to change their workplace and they can never find peace at a workplace, or they always have to change their home because they can never find peace at their home. But I feel like it has been karma for certain people in your family lineage because they have been doing some stuff that they were not supposed to do. So you could be breaking a generational curse or a generational karma where certain people in your family lineage could not find peace in this lifetime. They found peace when they maybe went to the other side, I don't know, but they couldn't find peace while they were alive, you know. And you are breaking that cycle. Like, you're gonna be the first one, or for one of the first ones in your family lineage that either you did a lot of good things and your good karma is that you are being granted peace. unlike certain family members, because they haven't done anything in order to balance out their karma, and so they live with like this restlessness. Again, something about not being able to sleep, something about super chaotic and super toxic mornings or something like that, or waking up in the morning and like already being stressed and having anxiety and not feeling like a deep peace inside. So for a lot of you guys, I feel like this has something to do with you reaching a state of peace that prevails. So even if you have a stressful day, even if you have a bad day, that peace is still going to be there. There's like lingering, instead of lingering chaos or instead of lingering negative energy, it's going to be lingering peace. So even if your day is super chaotic, even if things don't work out your way, there's a deep peace inside of your soul and your spirit. Does that make sense? That allows you to still wake up peacefully or to still have a peaceful morning, even though maybe everything is not going right. But I feel like it's your good karma. So your good karma is literally peace. Feeling peace inside of your soul and your spirit, no matter what happens around you. Kind of like an unshakable peace. Even if it's not, every day is not perfect, but there's going to be like this peace, like today was shit ass, but for some reason I still feel peaceful. I can still sleep peacefully, I can still breathe, I still feel like I can breathe peacefully, I still feel like rise and shine, even though things didn't go my way, or I don't know, my car broke down or whatever. Do you know what I mean? I feel like this is like a big generational curse that you broke, or a big generational cycle, because again, certain people in your family or in your family lineage, they have hurt other people. They have been sending other people negative energy. They have been sending people evil eye, and you didn't do that. And so you are being granted peace that certain family members were not allowed, like they were not granted peace, or like eternal peace, or like peace that prevails, you know. That's what I'm picking up here as well. So I feel like you broke a huge generational cycle, where I'm hearing you broke a huge generational cycle when it comes to jealousy. You could have a lot of like people, or you had a lot of people in your lineage that were jealous of other people, and they never learned their lesson, so they never found peace. Okay, they were jealous and envious of other people. And yeah, that could also be the reason. If you are the black sheep in your family, don't worry about it. The only reason why you are going to experience deep and honest and peace that prevails is because you are the black sheep, because you are doing the opposite of what your family is doing. Okay, just an example. Okay, so there's something going on here with like, you're not going to have the same karma as a certain family member, or as a lot of family members that you've had, or like your lineage. Okay, and that karma was chaotic and toxic mornings, or chaotic and toxic, like, yeah, something about like, I'm hearing morning depression, or like depression in the morning, or like, I don't know, just waking up in the morning and already like bad stuff happening. Like, I don't know. Okay, that's what I'm picking up here very, very strongly. Okay, let's see, let me get a few more cards. Yeah, there's something about, I feel like you are one of the only ones in your family lineage where you activated your third eye chakra. Yeah, another thing that I'm also picking up here, another big change that is about to come your way, is that your third eye chakra is going to be a lot more active. So you might see a lot more, you might have a lot more visions, or you might, you might have a lot more visions, you might have a lot more dreams than usual, or maybe your dreams and your visions are becoming a lot more clear. You know, maybe they were like a little blurry and you didn't know what they meant, like those dreams and those visions, but they're going to become like a lot more clear. But I also feel like they become a lot more clear, like you're going to be a lot more in tune with your intuition, okay? Because you are like in this peaceful energy in the morning, so you can like see and feel and hear a lot more because you are in this peaceful energy. Okay, I feel like you couldn't fully tap into your intuition sometimes because you were surrounded by like chaos, loud music, loud noises, screaming, someone always being on the telephone and like screaming or like talking very loudly. Like, that's what I'm being brought to here. Okay, let's see, can you clarify the family matters here? You could have been also the pile on Patreon where I talked about a seahorse, because I talked about a seahorse in one pile in the Patreon pick a card reading. Or maybe you have been receiving signs connected to seahorses. Okay, you also have here the kangaroo. Maybe some of you guys have been seeing signs connected to a kangaroo. Okay, it says unsettled times, need to plan ahead. Yeah, didn't I talk about how a lot of people in your family lineage, they felt unsettled, like they could never settle in a job or in a home, but it was their karma for being envious or for being mean to people. Okay, or Yeah, let's see. Yeah, it says waiting for news, package, or letter. Yeah. It's kind of like you passed a spiritual test is what I'm picking up here, and that is the reason why you're gonna have a very peaceful, like your lifestyle is gonna become a lot more peaceful. Again, your morning is gonna become a lot more peaceful, your lifestyle is gonna become a lot more peaceful, okay? Is what I'm picking up here. Maybe even manifesting a job that is quite peaceful compared to other jobs, okay? Or again, like a very peaceful environment, like you are attracting an environment that is very peaceful, where you have neighbors that are, you know, calm, or the environment is just like, I don't know, there's birds and trees and like, I don't know, it's just beautiful there. I don't know where it is, but it's a beautiful place is what I'm picking up here, okay? But it is, you attracted this because the peace that you have within you allows you to manifest even more peace, okay? Now we also have the card here, reflection. It says friendships in your life may come to an end, others could blossom and become stronger. So for some of you guys, another big change could be that maybe one of your friendships is going to end. Maybe you don't really see it coming, but I also feel like you did see it coming a little bit. Like I feel like there was a connection in your life that already was a little rocky. It doesn't have to be a friendship. This could also be with a father figure. You maybe have chosen pile number 3 in the pick a card reading on Patreon, a message from your spirit guides, okay, where I talked about, like, you know, your dad, father, healing and stuff like that. So if you chose that pile, this is definitely your pile. But I feel like for some of you guys, you already felt that a connection in your life is a little rocky, like where a connection in your life, maybe it seems peaceful, but it is not really peaceful. Like it's just a matter of time until the next clash is, or it's just a matter of time until you have the next disagreement, or it's just a matter of time until, I don't know, they show their ass. Like you knew that you're trying to make a connection work, but you also kind of knew it's not gonna work long term. Okay, so I feel like for some of you guys, your intuition already told you, possibly since February, maybe it be February 2 years ago, 1 year ago, 5 years ago, it doesn't matter, where you already felt like a connection in your life is a little rocky, and you don't know if it's gonna work out long term, but you are still hoping that maybe you can mend things, or you can still make it work, or you can still let time pass, and maybe the time is gonna heal all wounds, okay? And for others of you, you already knew that it's just a matter of time until, like, your energy is gonna clash with another person's energy is what I'm picking up here, okay? So because we have one card here, it says friendship in your life, one friendship in your life or friendships in your life could come to an end and others could blossom more, right? And then this card right here, it says declutter. Declutter your life, let go of correspondence, objects, and people you no longer want. Someone will hurt your feelings and reveal a new side of them that you may wish to avoid. So for some of you guys, I don't know who this person is. There could be an energy where another big change that is like bittersweet, because it's like, I feel like you're going to realize that there was a person in your life that really held you back from feeling peaceful, or really held you back from like feeling ambitious or peaceful or excited, especially in the morning. Because maybe they already bombarded you in the morning with messages, or with like bad news, or, you know, like with drama, or something like that, or maybe you had like bad dreams of them is what I'm picking up here too, and then you woke up in the morning like weird, or like in a weird energy because you had a bad dream of them, or like a nightmare. Because I'm picking up here another big change that is like, maybe not a happy change, but it's a big change, is that you're going to see a new side of somebody that you want to avoid. Like you're gonna be realizing like that this person is like a magnet for drama, or they sometimes even want to fight with you, or I don't know, let me see what that is about. Okay, like you could be seeing that someone's mask is falling off, and it could shock you a little bit, okay, but you're also gonna feel like, at least I know now, and not like 20 years from now, like when you spent 20 years with somebody and they have been like, I don't know, where you just waste time with them for 20 years, or you just, I don't know, like invite them to parties, and then they can like ruin your birthday party, or they can ruin your baby shower. Like, it's better to know now, and then you know, and then you can like have a lot more peace just in general, like even with gatherings, because they're not going to be there, or something like that, because you now know that they have a habit of like ruining, being a party pooper, being a negative Nancy, is what I'm picking up before you guys. It feels like a particular person. Again, I feel like this could be a person where you already had a rocky connection with them, and you might be realizing that they are a lot more dangerous than you thought, or they are a lot more destructive than you thought, or they are a lot more, yeah, they are a lot more like cruel than you thought. I'm gonna be honest, okay? You're gonna realize they're a lot more cruel, or a lot more like cunning, a lot more like violent than you thought they would be, or like, I don't know. Let's see, can you clarify? Someone will hurt your feelings and reveal a new side of them that you may wish to avoid. What is that energy about? I also feel like I'm tongue-tied in your reading, so excuse me guys, okay? Let's see, what is that energy about? So there's at least one relationship coming to an end. We have a younger man. Could be a relationship with a younger man, or like a man in your life that is going to show you a new side of them that you want to avoid. Yeah. Yeah, you might be a little shocked about like how someone acts around you, like a man. There's something they were hiding, like something about their personality, and you're gonna find out about it, and it's gonna bring a big change to you, to know who they really are, or to avoid them, or to get away from them. It's going to have a big impact on you, again, especially when it comes to you having a peaceful sleep, you even being able to sleep, you waking up in the morning and feeling good, because you could have felt heavy energy in the morning. You could have woken up with nightmares. You could have like woken up with bad thoughts in the morning, or like feeling like you don't have energy or ambition to achieve things or get things done, especially in the morning. And it could have been connected to a masculine or a man in your life, okay? And you didn't know that this was because of them. Even like a masculine neighbor, like a male neighbor, could be significant here as well, okay? For some of you guys, even if it's not someone that you know, this could even be someone that, again, like a roommate, and their energy is like your energy, and their energy is like oil and water. It keeps clashing, but they also are like, maybe they, okay, for some of you guys, it could even be an energy where you have been absorbing another person's like negativity because you were living with them. So you were living with this man or this roommate or whatever, and maybe they have been feeling very like sad or irritated or frustrated in the morning, and it was kind of like going over to you, that you all of a sudden feel frustrated or like, yeah, mad or whatever in the morning, but it's kind of like you have been absorbing his energy and you didn't notice. Oh yeah, see, it says a stubborn and aggressive person. So you're going to see how stubborn and how aggressive someone is. Okay. Yeah, you're going to see how stubborn or aggressive someone is. Okay, that this person doesn't only have a sweet side to them, but they can also be very aggressive or very stubborn, or like winning at all cost type of energy. Okay, that you didn't know that they had. Like, you're gonna see, I feel like you're gonna see someone's dark side. And don't get me wrong, we all have like a dark side, right? On some days I also feel like, oh, I want to compete with somebody, and then I'm like, Cynthia, stop. Like, why compete with them? Like, it's not a competition. This is not a competition. So everybody has a dark side, right? So there's no shame in having a dark side, as long as you sit down and check yourself before you wreck yourself, okay? Or when you channel your dark side in a healthy way. Okay, I feel competitive, but it's not about her. Let her thrive and shine, and let me focus on me, okay? Instead of hating, let me focus on me. Why do I have so much time looking at another person's garden if I if I'm not watering my own plants. So it's kind of like when you check yourself, you're like, okay, let me slow down, let me humble myself, even though I'm kind of mad right now, or I feel competitive, you see. So it's not the initially bad to have a dark side to you, it's the way you handle. And I'm hearing, and it's even the way that you dance with your dark side, okay? Or it's even the way that you tame your dark side, okay? Or like toxic traits that you have, or like toxic thoughts that come up out of nowhere or whatever. But this person here, I feel like this person, they blame other people, like, no, it's your fault that I feel this way. So they don't do shadow work, they don't check themselves, they point fingers at other people. Or you're going to realize that they are like, I don't know, they always play a victim. I don't know, there's something about it. You're going to see this person's dark side, like you didn't know that they have this dark side to them. And you're going to be like, whoa, let me get away from that. Like, I cannot be around that energy. Let me get away from that energy. But it's almost as if you are like, the reason, kind of like where you see this person's dark side, but it's kind of like, almost like protecting your future, or you having peace in the future, that you already see this dark side of this person. Because if you would have not seen the dark side of them, you would have taken this person with you into the future. And so they could have like kind of like dismantled your peace, or they could have like, I don't know, they could have done some damage in the future, if that makes sense, okay? When it comes to like, every time you are peaceful, they bring like restlessness in, you know, where you cannot feel at peace, where you feel like you're looking for peace and you don't know where it is, but it's like, yeah, okay. I'm being brought to Simba, where Lion King, where Simba didn't know that his uncle is evil, right? And then he found out later. I'm gonna be honest, that's what I'm picking up here, okay? One more. Yeah, it says someone is extremely stubborn and unwilling to change. So you're going to see that someone around you will not change, even though you maybe still had hope that they would change. Like you were convinced that they would change, but you're going to be realizing, oh my God, they're never going to change, or they don't want to change. You might be even shocked about someone not wanting to change, or you're going to be shocked about how stubborn someone is and how someone would rather like fuck up the connection with you than to change or self-reflect, you know. Again, could be a brother, a co-worker, could be a boss, whatever, whoever, okay, where you're realizing that someone will never change, and it's going to be like a big change for you, that someone will, like, that the realization that someone will never change, because you could have stuck with this person, or you could have like still allowed them in your life because you always felt like they would change, but you're going to realize like they're never going to change, but you're realizing that it's going to bring a big change to you. So all of a sudden things change in your life because you are realizing that they are not going to change, or this is not going to change. Okay, let's see, let me get one or two more cards, what this is about. So you're realizing that someone is not going to change, it's going to bring a big change to you. Okay, that's interesting. Can you clarify this energy here? Like someone is going to show their ass, or someone is going to show like a dark side of them. We have here high heels, so this could even be a female, something about high heels. Maybe they're going to say something stupid about your high heels, or this could even be a man that dresses like a woman, so they could be like transgender, or like they could like to wear high heels, or maybe you like to wear high heels, or it could even be a female that wears high heels, where you're going to realize like, whoa, they're not going to change, and like almost as if you're realizing you're going to stay stuck in a loop if you continue on the connection with them or the dynamic with them. So you break out of that loop because you're realizing they're pretending that they want to change, but they actually don't, or they're pretending that they're going to change, but they're actually not going to change, or they don't even want to change, or something like that, okay? Or someone could have pretended that they have changed, but they're going to show their ass again, and then you realize it was just an act. Okay, I'm going to be honest, but it could catch you maybe by surprise a little bit. I don't feel like entirely, because the connection already was rocky. There already was a rocky connection, is what I'm picking up here. You were just hopeful that maybe they would change, okay? Let's see. What is this person is going to change? Childhood. This could have something to do with your childhood. This could be about a man that you know since your childhood. Okay. We also have missing you. Yeah, something about where someone pretended that they missed you and that they want to change, but then you're realizing like maybe they have a hidden agenda, or they never really missed you, or I don't know. I'm sorry to say that, but again, it's gonna bring you peace, pile number one. Okay, so don't worry about this. I don't know like who this is, but it's gonna bring you peace. Like you're gonna feel a peace that you never felt before. A peace that prevails, that is always there, that is lingering every day. And not just, oh, sometimes I feel peaceful and sometimes I don't. It's going to be a peace that prevails, okay? Like a contentment or a peace that prevails. Realizing that someone has a dark side, and realizing how you are going to deal with them, or how you're going to deal with the situation, or or that you're not going to deal with them anymore, okay? Let's see. We have here green thumb. They will gift you flowers. I fucking knew it. We have 2 karma cards here, pile number one. So someone is receiving karma, okay? They have been sending you negative energy and they're going to receive karma. Okay, it says karma, the negative energy they sent to you returns to them now. Goddess Ma'at's energy is present, and here it says karma is hitting them right now. So you could even be shocked about, like, for some reason I keep hearing shocking. So maybe it's shocking changes. Maybe for you guys it's not necessarily like big changes, or like it is, but I'm also hearing shocking changes, you know, because I keep hearing the word shocking. So you could be shocked about witnessing someone receiving karma. Okay. I'm also hearing someone is going to believe in karma because they fucked you up, or they've done something to you. They're going to receive karma, and they're going to believe in karma because they will know like they're receiving that karma because of you, because of something that they've done to you. Okay, but yeah, this person's going to go through karma. So this person has been doing you dirty behind the scenes is what I'm picking up here. This could have been the person that gifted you flowers. Again, this is like a person pretending to be peaceful. So they pretend to be peaceful. They pretend to bring peace into your life, but what they actually bring is like chaos and like dark energy and like conflict and fights. This is like a person who would inflict a fight. They would cause a fight and then act like they're the one to like mend the fight, or they're the ones to like bring peace back into the situation. So they're the ones to actually cause the issue. They're actually the ones to cause the fight, and then they act like they bring peace into the situation. Okay, so again, this could have been a person that gave you flowers, bought you flowers, gifted you flowers. It says a green thumb. Okay, so this could be a person that maybe let's see. Something about flowers is significant here as well, okay? So something will happen when it comes to flowers, them gifting you flowers, or I'm even hearing a flower dying. Like this person's energy could be so negative that flowers die around them. Okay, is what I'm picking up here as well. Yeah, it's like even flowers cannot like grow around this person, like literally, okay? Let's see. Can you clarify? Someone is going to show a side to them that you may wish to avoid. It says false prophet. Yeah, it's kind of like, I almost want to say you saw your future with somebody, or you saw your future and this person was kind of around, maybe even as an acquaintance, but the big change or the shocking change is that they're not going to be part of your future. They're not going to be part of like your future. You had visions of your future and they were kind of in it, and the universe is removing them out of it, and you're like, oh my god, I didn't know that they wouldn't be part of my future. That's what I'm picking up here, okay? This could be someone that is gay, like one of your gay friends maybe, okay? Which is funny because I talked about a man in high heels, right? Or maybe you are a man in high heels and you are gay, and so maybe even pretended that they accept you as a gay person, but they actually don't, and you're going to realize that they actually don't accept you, or they're going to change overnight because of a boyfriend or a girlfriend. And you're going to be like, damn, I didn't see coming that I wouldn't invite them to my next birthday party, or I always saw this person at my wedding, so now they're like out of the picture, and it's like a big change that this person is not part of your future, or that this person is not part of your future visions. So when you are going to receive visions, they're not going to be they're not going to play a big role in it anymore, and it's going to be like shocking, or it's going to be a big change to you, because it's almost as if like a seat is empty. That's what I'm picking up here. Okay, can you clarify this energy? What's going on? We have here never. Yeah, there's something about something is never going to happen, but you thought it would happen, or you thought it would. Yeah, you thought it would happen, but it's never going to happen, because this person would never change, or they would never self-reflect, or they would never apologize, they would never say sorry. I don't know what that is. Okay, screenshots, something about screenshots. So you could be, oh my god, for some of you guys, part number 1, you could be finding screenshots or receiving screenshots that are going to shock you, or that are going to bring a big change to you. Yeah, you could be receiving or seeing screenshots, or someone is going to show you screenshots of what a person said about you behind your back. Bitch, I hope not, but that's what I'm picking up here. Okay, something about you're going to find something is going to come out through screenshots. It says super ambitious and inspiring. Okay, it's almost as if your ambition is going to come back when this person is no longer around you. So maybe their laziness rubbed off on you, or again, you didn't feel inspired and ambitious in the morning. Like you didn't feel like excited and inspired and ambitious in the morning to achieve things, you know, like, but it was because of them, or like something that, I don't know, because I'm even picking up maybe you almost started to have a similar character trait as this person. When you spend a lot of time with people, you start to also like take on certain character traits, right? Maybe you took on this person's character traits a little bit, and then you realize like, oh my god, they are really going in the wrong direction. Or kind of like where you're going to realize that someone is a lost soul, but you didn't see them as a lost soul before. You just thought they're still trying to find themselves, but then you're going to realize, oh bitch, this person really is lost. Like they're lost, or they're not going to change anytime soon. Or yeah, you're going to realize that someone is a lost soul, or you're going to realize that someone is committed to walking the wrong path. They're like, I'm going to continue to walk this wrong path. So you still had, for some of you guys, I'm even hearing you might find out that someone has an addiction and you didn't know, or someone is going to develop an addiction and you never knew that this person would become that kind of person to develop an addiction, but maybe they're going to be committed to that addiction. I don't know. I hope not. I'm so sorry. Okay, but it's almost as if like you're going to catch it before they maybe influence you into trying something and you getting addicted as well, or you being involved in like it's almost as if like you're realizing like, oh, they're going in the wrong direction, so you're gonna remove yourself. But if you would not remove yourself, maybe you would end up being if you did not remove yourself, you would be at the wrong place at the wrong time. All of a sudden you would be in a fight with like guns and like I don't know, like someone bleeding and like police coming and like robbery and stuff like that. I don't know, because this to me feels a little like, okay, kind of like where they like seduce you into doing something like I don't know, something about like a false check or something, criminal activities. Like you would be involved into some type in some type of criminal activities if you would be around this person. Okay, one more. It says very wise soul, and it says the runner. So maybe this person likes to run, maybe they like to run marathons, or they used to. Okay. Yeah, for some of you guys, this could even be an energy where this person was a wise soul and they kind of lost their path. And then you always thought like, yeah, they're going to find their way back to who they were. Like you were like, you thought they would find their way back. And I feel like they will not, or not anytime soon at least. Like it's going to take a lot longer than you thought or something like that. Okay. But I also feel like it says karma, so this person has done some shit behind the scenes. I don't know. I feel like you might be realizing that someone is not as innocent as you thought they are. Okay, let's see. This could be a person born in the month of November. Yeah, it says, I see you aiming at my pedestal. We have brown eyes. This person could have brown eyes. That is gonna like show a new side to them that you're not gonna like. Okay. Yeah, it says they will. It says they will throw up. So they could be throwing up because they're drinking a lot, or you're gonna realize you need to detox yourself from this person's energy. But again, I feel like you didn't see it coming, or you were still hopeful that things would turn around. I'm hearing a setback, but not you. It's like a setback in a connection that you maybe didn't see coming because you thought like time heals all wounds, or I don't know. Okay, let's see one more. It says write a list, and then it says mystic journey. Yeah, I talked about this on Patreon as well. This was part number 2. I talked about like some paths you have to walk on your own, because I talked about a secret trail, kind of like where someone is being shown a path, but it's like a secret trail, so not everybody is allowed to see that path, you know. So if this reading resonates with you, you might really want to check out my Patreon reading, the A Message from Your Spirit Guides pick a card reading, and it was pound number 3 and pound number 2. Okay. Okay, enough of that person. So yeah, there's something about a life-changing email or a life-changing letter, but it's gonna bring peace to you. It's kind of like, hey, here are your keys to your new workplace. Here are your keys to your new car. Here are your keys to your new home. Okay, that's what I'm picking up here. Could even be like, oh my God, you love your car. Like you're not scared that your car is gonna break down in the morning, okay? And you're gonna realize how much anxiety this actually caused, and how much more peaceful you are just in general, just because you have a better car, or you have a car that works or something like that, okay? Or again, you might be in a place where there's not so much traffic. Maybe the path that you drive to work is not going to be full of traffic. Or yeah, I'm even hearing a lot of sirens. Maybe you work or live in a place where you always hear police, you always hear sirens, a lot of loud cars, loud music. That's what I'm picking up here. And this big change is that you're gonna not be in this environment for too long. Like you're gonna be in a different environment very soon. Okay, that is super peaceful. You hear the birds chirping, you hear the wind blowing, you hear, you know what the funny thing is, I recently saw someone posting an Instagram story, and they said that the streets in Japan are super quiet. Like they're so quiet, and they notice how quiet they are compared to where they live at. Okay, that's what I'm picking up here as well. Okay, and then we also have the card here, I am strong, I am a winner, I am fierce, I'm full of energy. Practice positive affirmations, cast a spell onto yourself. So if you're listening to positive affirmations, they're going to bring a big change to your pound number 1. Okay, if you're listening to positive affirmations right now, okay, for some of you guys, you might be listening to positive affirmations right now, and you might tell me, Cynthia, I have not yet seen a change. Like I don't know if these positive affirmations work or not. Give it a few more weeks. They're going to work, because I feel like a different side message, or maybe it's not a side message. For some of you guys, you started to listen to positive affirmations, or you tried to listen to positive affirmations in the past, and you maybe did it for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month, and you felt like nothing changed. Your spirit guides are saying that your subconscious mind was really at war. So if your subconscious mind really was at war with something, it's going to take maybe a longer time for the positive affirmations to fully penetrate your brain than a person who was not at war. Especially if you feel at war with your home or your workplace, that also means you have an eternal war. So when you listen to positive affirmations, first of all, they have to the positive affirmations first are going to soothe the war inside of you before they actually manifest. So your spirit guides are explaining to me like you started at a very low point when it comes to your subconscious mind, which might mean that you have to listen to these positive affirmations more than another person who maybe grew up in a peaceful home, who maybe has a peaceful job. Because you're not just only trying to manifest whatever you're trying to manifest, but you're also trying to even manifest that you feel good or that you have positive thoughts. Do you know what I mean? So your spirit guides are explaining to me like you started, the bar was very low when it comes to like your subconscious mind. There was a lot of war in your subconscious mind. So again, listening to positive affirmations is going to take longer than another person who grew up in a home where with mom and dad and no fights and everything was fine and dandy, and they grew up in a white picket fence home. Of course, the positive affirmations are going to like manifest very quickly because like they have a peace inside of them, or they grew up with a peace inside of them that you might have not experienced. Do you know what I mean? So to kind of like change the voices and the energy in your brain might take a little longer. Okay, so yeah, for some of you guys, the positive affirmations that you either write down or that you listen to, they're going to manifest. But I feel like you might be feeling right now like, I don't know if they're working. I can feel that I feel better, or I can feel that my thoughts are a little better, but I don't see a big change yet, which is funny because this reading is called A Big Change. So your spirit guides want you to know, give it a couple more like weeks. I'm even hearing 2 months, maybe like 2 more months is when you're going to see a big change when it comes to you listening to positive affirmations and them actually manifesting, because you could have felt like, I don't know if they're manifesting. I cannot see a big change yet. Okay, let's see. Let me actually get a timing card. So if pile number 1 starts or continues to listen to positive, okay, if you just start okay, let me do this in 2. So if pile number 1 starts, because for some of you guys, maybe it's your spirit guides telling you to start listening to positive affirmations or to write them down, but don't expect huge changes within 2 weeks, because your brain is still healing from this chaos that that was around you. Okay, so if pile number 1 starts listening to positive affirmations, when are these positive affirmations going to manifest for them? Just around the corner. Whoa, we have April. So for some of you guys, you might, if you start to listen to positive affirmations today, you're gonna see a change manifesting already in April, or a change is gonna manifest very quickly. So you're gonna see very quickly that these positive affirmations work out. Okay, and if pile number 2 already has been listening to positive affirmations, when will these changes manifest for them? So if you already have been listening to positive affirmations, we're going to look at when a big change is going to come to you because of those positive affirmations, okay? So when will this happen for pile number 1, when they already have been listening to positive affirmations? Okay, one of your biggest manifestations is going to come to you in November. Okay, I almost want to say for some of you guys, you might be trying to manifest small things, and for others of you, you're trying to manifest something huge. If you're trying to manifest a huge amount of money, or if you're trying to manifest like your dream job, or something like that, or if you're trying to manifest a luxury home, or like a home that is like everything that you ever wished for, this could manifest around November. Okay, so you have to continue to listen to your positive affirmations up until November. That's when a huge ass change is going to come to you. Okay, and for others, if pile number 1 already is listening to positive affirmations, when is this big change going to come to them? It says when you least expect it. One more. For some of you guys, I'm also hearing one of your manifestations is going to come to you while you are at a plane, while you are in a plane or at an airport. I don't know if you're picking someone up from an airport or if you are flying yourself. Okay, for others of you, you will know that one of your manifestations is about to come to you because you're going to have a magical encounter with a butterfly. You're going to dream of butterflies. You're going to feel like butterflies are landing on you, sitting on you. You're going to see an extraordinary butterfly, or you might even meet a person with a butterfly tattoo. Kind of like a butterfly tattoo could be significant as well. Even if you tell me, Cynthia, I have a butterfly tattoo, maybe you're meeting another person and they also have a butterfly tattoo. And that's how you will know that something huge is about to manifest, like that your positive affirmations are working and they are about to manifest for real, for real. Okay. Okay. I wanted to get one more card here. Okay, let's see. What big change is coming to pile number 1? Anything else? So you're gonna feel strong, you're gonna feel like a winner, and you're gonna be full of energy. Again, especially in the morning, because I feel like there's something about like a dark gray cloud in the morning, or kind of like a depression in the morning, or like a heavy feeling in the morning. is what I'm picking up here, okay? Let's see. What is this big change that is coming to pile number 1? Yeah, and for others of you, there's something about you receiving a text message where someone is showing you how mean or how evil or how badly someone talked about you. I don't know, pile number 1. Okay, I'm so sorry, but that's what I'm picking up here as well. Better be prepared. So you might be, yeah, there might be someone who's like going to show you that they're not this kind, sweet person that you thought they are, or that they're a lot more lost than you thought they are, okay? And then we also have the card here. This is the last card that we're going to talk about. It says a sudden change of luck is likely. Things are working in your favor. Excellent time for networking. So yeah, I feel like there's something about like lucky energy at work. Okay, so a big change could be that you're going to start to be very lucky when it comes to attracting job offers, maybe even job offers that you have not even been looking for, or even being around people that are maybe wealthy or that have a good job or that have a well-paying job or something like that. Could be another big change, that you are surrounded by people that are financially well off, or that have like a cool job, or that have like a lot of luck at jobs, or they're very kind of like when you network with them, you're gonna get into doors, or you're gonna get like access to things. Yeah, we have the key here. Okay, something about like being surrounded by people that are going to give you access to things, like, oh, I want that job so bad, and they're going to be like, yeah, I can call Sierra, like I'm going to call Sierra and she's going to give you the job, or don't worry about it, like I can borrow the money to you and you're going to give it back to me when you can. That's what I'm picking up here as well, okay? So another big change could be that you are surrounded. Do you know what I'm picking up here? For some of you guys, I feel like you are tapping into wealth energy. So you might be changing your mindset when it comes to your work, your career, or when it comes to money. So a big change that you're going to notice is that you are, even before the money comes into your life, you might start to notice that you even are attracting people that are wealthy or abundant, but it means because you are about to become wealthy and abundant as well. So you are attracting those people to you that are wealthy and abundant, but it is because you are about to become one of them. You already are on the same frequency, it's just a matter of time until it materializes. So you might be like, the big change could be that you are surrounded by people that have their shit together financially. I'm gonna be honest, okay? But it is because you're gonna get your shit together financially very shortly after this reading, or like, yeah, or maybe you're gonna get your finances together first, and then you're gonna be like surrounded by other people who are also like financially like inspired or ambitious to make it financially, or to make big things happen financially. Yeah, you might be surrounded by people that make big moves financially, or that deal with big money, or that do big things in their career, or that have a big career, period, you know. But it is because you're becoming one of them, is what I'm picking up here too, okay? Yeah. Okay, so a lot of luck is gonna come to you at your workplace, is what I'm picking up here. Okay, or something about a lucky message, or something about being lucky when it comes to manifesting a key. This could be a key to a car, a key to a home, a key to an office. Okay. Let's get one last card here, and then we're gonna go to pile number 2. What big change is coming to pile number 1? What's happening? We have freedom. Ooh. Yeah, it's something about you're gonna feel free in the morning, or you're gonna feel free at your workplace, or you're gonna feel free, how do you call it? You're gonna feel free like when it comes to kind of like where you open the door to something and you feel freedom instead of panic. Like you feel freedom instead of panic, or you feel freedom instead of like, oh shit, I don't want to go home. Oh shit, I don't want to go to work. Oh shit, I don't want to use my car. You know, like you're gonna feel like you put the key in and you're like, oh, freedom, instead of like, oh shit. You know, that's what I'm picking up here. I don't know why. Okay. But yeah, overall, this big change again is coming to you. I feel like it's a reward for breaking a cycle, like a generational cycle, or breaking a cycle when it comes to like a family issue, that keeps repeating itself, but it is a lesson from spirit, but nobody ever learns the lesson. So the issue keeps on being there, but you learn the lesson. So the issue, you're not going to have that issue. Like your family members do have that issue, but you're not going to have that issue because you passed a spiritual test, or one of your family members. It doesn't have to be all of your family members. It could be a particular family member that inherited that issue, but you're not going to continue to give it to your children or to other descendants. Like it stops with you. And I don't really know what that means. Again, this is something about like war energy, or like again, anxiety and depression in the morning, or something like that. Okay. Yeah, and one of these big changes is going to come to you in the morning. So you're going to open your phone and the message is there, the call is there, the email is there. So you're going to probably like open up your phone or open up your emails, and you're going to read this message in the morning that is going to bring a big change to you. Okay. And all of a sudden you associate the morning with good things instead of with bad things. Do you know what I mean? It's like your brain is being rewired that you don't have to fear anything when you wake up, you know. That's this big change that is happening. Like you're not going to fear things all the time when you wake up in the morning. Okay. Yeah, I'm hearing pile number 1. Maybe you learned the lesson that you have to find peace in here before you can create peace. That you have to find peace in here before you can create heaven on earth. Or that you have to be at peace with yourself if you want to be at peace with other people. Or that you have to be at peace with yourself before you can create and attract peaceful energy and peaceful environments to you. And I feel like a lot of your, again, family lineages could be a grandma, a grandpa that didn't learn that lesson, or like a great-great-grandma that you don't even know from your family tree. Okay, where they thought they're gonna find peace being at war with people or fighting with people, where they, yes, in certain situations you have to fight for peace, right? But you also sometimes have to surrender and not fight all the fucking time to find peace. It's like a yin and yang. Okay, so I feel like you learned a huge lesson about like that you have to be at peace with yourself, or that you have to be at peace with yourself, period, if you want to have a peaceful relationship with other people, if you want to just manifest peace in your life overall, you know, like peaceful conversations. Or yeah, you learned a huge lesson about like accepting something inside of you and being honest with yourself inside. And let me see, I want to get one more card, what lesson you learned, because I'm intrigued. Let's see, what lesson did pile number 1 learn? You could have learned a lesson about abundance and what abundance really is. Okay. That I'm hearing abundance equals peace. Maybe you have realized that your definition of abundance is peace, or like a peaceful morning. Okay, or something about like waking up in the morning with a beautiful view, or like having a job that you're not scared to go to, you know. It's almost as if you realize what your definition of like abundance is, so you're going to manifest it. Okay. Or you realize like what your definition of peace is, and so you're going to manifest, but you had to figure out what peace really means to you, or what abundance really means to you. Okay, what is the lesson that pile number 1 learned? Yeah, look at that peace. You maybe even fixed your sleeping schedule, or something about like, look how she's sleeping peacefully here. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Something about you could have even like, you could have done something in the dream world. Like, how can I explain it? I feel like you healed a lot in your dreams, or you worked a lot on your shadow, or like shadow stuff, or like, I don't know, maybe you've had a lot of nightmares, but your spirit guides are telling me like you were facing your fears, or you were facing like your dark side inside of your dreams. Okay, and so this, whatever this is, it's gone because you worked on it in your dreams. I don't know what that is. Okay, something about like you worked on something in your dreams, or you worked something. Yeah, okay, listen, for some of you guys it's about because you listen to positive affirmations while you're sleeping. So you're working on your brain in your dreams, or you're working on rewiring your brain in your dreams. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, maybe you even fixed your sleeping schedule, because maybe for some of you guys, maybe there's like a long thread, golden thread of like people having sleeping issues in your family, and then they become grumpy because they cannot sleep properly, so they become grumpy and then they lash out on other people instead of thinking, okay, let me fix my sleeping schedule because I don't want to be a grumpy ass motherfucker. They were blaming people. Yeah, you trigger me, I didn't sleep well, and you trigger me. And do you know what I mean? So they didn't work on their sleeping schedule or sleeping better so that they are not grumpy, but you did that because certain people, they get very grumpy when they don't sleep, right? And it's understandable, but you have to fix your sleeping schedule. You cannot always point fingers at other people like you make me mad, but them being mad is because they didn't sleep well. I don't know, something like that is what I'm picking up here. Okay, so you could have fixed your sleeping schedule, and this is a huge thing because like maybe you not sleeping well makes you grumpy and then you lash out on other people, or then you're snarky is what I'm picking up here. Okay, if you guys, pile number 1, you might be still in that energy of learning that spiritual lesson, so don't feel any pressure. Okay, if you're not there yet, your spirit guides already know you're gonna pass the test. That's why you already are hearing this reading, because they already know like you're so close to passing that test, or you're so close to getting out of that energy. But I'm also hearing for some of you guys, if it's not about a sleeping schedule, this could also have something to do with like always being on your phone and doom scrolling, kind of like where you notice that being on social media is triggering you to be competitive, or is triggering you to be envious, or is triggering you to focus so much on other people and not so much on yourself. You know, you have been like noticing like people's fault, that I feel like shit, it's my fault for sitting here and always like looking at other people instead of like creating my own reality or doing something about my life and my day. And we have the same 24. I'm hearing everybody has the same 24 hours. So for some of you guys, it could have something to do with your habit, or like how you use social media, where you are learning, or you have passed the test to not allow social media to run you, or to control you, or to control your mood, or to I don't know, cause like those negative thoughts in your mind, and to just step back and like regularly regularly have social media detox time, or to kind of like, I don't know, put your phone on airplane mode at a certain time in the day, you know, and it has like a huge impact on your thoughts and also on your ability to manifest, or how much you do manifest, you know, because you're spending more time manifesting, or you're spending more time self-reflecting, and that self-reflecting brings you peace, and that peace gives you the power to manifest, or to call in even more peace to you. Okay, so you're no longer snarky to people because you sleep well. You know what I mean? So you don't like, I don't know, like, and again, it's bringing good karma to you because you're not making people feel bad because you didn't sleep well, you know, something like that. Let's see, what is this? We have Ace of Pentacles here. I'm hearing you were very committed to not being or not becoming like your family. Okay, it's almost as if you saw something as wrong, and you could have given in, because I'm hearing when something is wrong, it is wrong even when everybody does it, and when something is right, it still is right even when nobody does it. I'm hearing when something is wrong and everybody does it, it still is a wrong thing to do. Like if everybody is doing something and it's wrong to do, it still is wrong to do even though everybody does it. And if you do the right thing and nobody does it, or nobody does the right thing, it's still the right thing to do even though nobody does it. That's what I'm just hearing, okay? I'm also hearing you helped another person to heal their inner child, which is your good karma comes to you. You helped someone to heal their inner child is what I'm picking up here, which again, I also talked about that on Patreon, okay? So if you chose in Patreon on pile number 2, I talked about like you already took care of a person a lot, you know? So yeah, my patrons could be here in this pile, but pile number 1, if you are from my Patreon, and on my Patreon in pile number 2, I talked about like, oh, you already took care of somebody, you already healed them so much, you already helped them out so much. This is connected. This is like your good karma coming to you here, because you healed someone's inner child, or maybe you were a good mother, you know, to your child, that your child actually grows up as with a healed inner child is what I'm picking up here, okay? Or father, or even mother figure or father figure. Even if you're not a mom yourself, you could have been a mother figure or a father figure in someone's life, is what I'm picking up here. Whether or not you notice that you were taking on the role of a mother or a father for this person, okay? We also have the High Priestess here. Yeah, and fathers of you learned how to trust your intuition, or how to read your own intuition, or how to trust your intuition. Okay, that's the test that you've passed, I feel like. Okay, I'm hearing identifying something. You can now identify something. I don't know what that means. You can now identify something. Okay, that's the test that you've passed. Okay, or again, something about like you finally have your own definition of things. Okay, is what I'm picking up here too. Like you're realizing that there's no collective, or maybe there is a collective general definition of certain things, but realizing that there's still always an individual definition of things, and that's where the magic lies, that's where the happiness lies, right? Because there could be a collective or a general collective definition of happiness, but then it's very individual or customized and very individually to everybody what happiness really means to them, you know? And I feel like you figured it out. Okay, you figured this out and you passed the test here. And again, I also feel like you were very kind to somebody. Like you were so kind to somebody that you healed them inside. I feel like you healed somebody. Okay, I feel like you healed somebody somehow, some way. I don't know what that means. It's kind of like you could have been selfish and you could have only been thinking about yourself, and you could have been selfish, but you were not selfish. You were all about teamwork and healing together, or helping them heal and then helping yourself heal. And I feel like certain family members, maybe again in your family lineage, they chose themselves and they were selfish. And so they inherited a little bit of bad karma, okay? I'm not gonna lie. That's what I'm picking up here, pile number 1, okay? This could be just in general good karma coming to you because you're very aware of how much healing people need, and that you really put effort into saying healing things to people and not causing more damage than they already feel, you know? Pile number 1, I'm also hearing there was a situation where you could have done something to win at all costs. Kind of like you could have done something to win at all costs, and knowing that it would hurt people, but you didn't decide to do it. Like there's something about like winning at all costs, or winning but with a dirty technique or dirty tactics, or like manipulation. Like you could have manipulated something in order to work in your favor, or you could have like maybe done something in order to manipulate someone to choose you or to do something for you, but you didn't. It's almost as if there was someone innocent around you and you didn't use them. That's what I'm picking up here very, very strongly. There was someone innocent around you and you didn't use them, even though you could have, or like a person with, you know, a bad spirit, or a person with like bad intentions would have done it. Okay, is what I'm picking up here. And again, fathers of you, this is something about like you fully embrace teamwork. Like you don't believe in like, you could have even like given up competing with other females or with other men, you know, and you not competing is not bringing further damage to the feminine energy as a whole, because like women competing brings a lot of damage, a lot of bitch fight, a lot of wars that don't have to be there just because we are fighting. It's like, because I sometimes think about it, because if a man is meant for you, he's meant for you. Like just like almost as if like your name is written on his heart. And so if you realize, okay, that man is not my man because he likes that woman, then you can maybe think to yourself like, okay, so that means my man is out there, like the one, my man, where all he can see is me, is out there. So maybe I thought this is my man, but maybe he's not. Maybe it's another man that is out there, and I haven't met him yet. Instead of trying to compete to be the one, there's something about you're not competing to be the one, or you're not forcing your will upon people. Okay, that's what I'm picking up here. It's almost as if because you don't force your will upon someone, you're being taken out of a environment where someone is trying to force their will upon you. It's like you taking this energy out of your life. Like, I'm not gonna force my will upon someone but it's a reflection. So now the universe is reflecting to you. You're being put in an environment where no one is putting their will onto you, because you're not doing this to other people. It's a boomerang. There we go. And again, for others of you, you helped somebody. Okay, you helped somebody and they were in a very bad place, is what I'm picking up here. Okay. Again, if you want to know more about this, go on my Patreon. I'm going to link it down in the description box. It's a message from your spirit guides. And it's pound number 2 and pound number 3 that could be significant for you guys, okay? One more thing, pound number 1. For some of you guys, you could also develop the psychic ability to foretell disaster or chaos or like bad situations. So if you never had that psychic ability, you might develop it, okay? Where you can, like, you have dreams before bad things happen. Now, don't be scared, okay? What I'm trying to say is you might start to have the ability to see other people betraying other people. So you might have dreams. As I'm hearing, for some of you guys, if you do not have psychic abilities, you're going to develop psychic abilities. Now, the reason why you are being granted, because not everybody is allowed to, not everybody is allowed to see. So I feel like maybe there was always like an underlying energy of like certain people in your life, certain people in your family lineage were supposed to be psychics. They were supposed to have prophetic dreams. They were supposed to foretell things, but they were not allowed to see because they would have used it for selfish reasons. They would have manipulated with that gift. They would have manipulated with their psychic abilities. They would have done things selfishly for themselves. And yeah, they would have caused a lot of damage if they would have had those psychic abilities. Now, you now are allowed to have those psychic abilities because whatever this energy was in your family lineage, it's no longer inside of you. So now you are allowed to see more. Now you are allowed to have stronger psychic abilities. Now you are allowed to have stronger psychic abilities, or to have psychic abilities, period. Because you passed the test that made sure that this power is being given to the right person, if that makes sense, okay? Now, again, for some of you guys, you might start to have the ability to foretell bad news. Now, what I mean by that is you might start to have a dream of your best friend and her boyfriend cheating on her. You're supposed to warn people, for some of you guys, not for everybody and their mama. But for some of you guys, you're supposed to warn people of things happening, like them choosing the wrong man, or them kind of like, for example, you start to have a dream of like a shady babysitter, that someone shouldn't choose a certain babysitter for their child. Or you might have dreams of like a pregnancy complication and you call your friend like, hey, go to the doctor, I have a bad feeling, and then you save that baby and that pregnancy. So for some of you guys, you might actually develop that psychic ability where you know when you will prevent bad things from happening in the future with certain people in your life. Like, oh no, don't go to this doctor, I don't have a good feeling with that doctor. Or you might have a dream of like that doctor not checking properly and then the pregnancy not going great, or like someone like having health issues because like of a wrong diagnosis. So for some of you guys, you might actually develop that ability, is what I'm picking up here, because that's part of like what your family was supposed to do, but people failed in your family lineage, and now you're going to do this. Okay, again, this is not for everybody and their mama. You will know if this message is for you, okay? If it's not for you, if it doesn't sound familiar, if it doesn't sound like something that you maybe even experienced before, because you could have experienced it before. Your spirit guides wanted to show you like what kind of abilities you have if you fully tap into the spirit realm, or if you fully tap into your spirituality, or if you fully commit to a path, and like that you can prevent bad things from happening in your own life, but also for other people. Okay, again, I'm not seeing anything huge or anything major. I'm talking about like wrong diagnosis, issues with a pregnancy, or maybe a child not feeling great. Maybe, for example, you have a dream of like a child being bullied and your friend didn't know that her child is being bullied in school. That's the vibe. That kind of like, oh, bad stuff, and like, or don't move into that home. I saw bad stuff happening at that home. You choosing a home where there's no, it's like safe from thievery, or like it's safe from whatever, you know. That's what I'm talking about. So don't worry about this. It's just like, I wouldn't say minor things, but I'm not talking about like issues in the world. I'm talking about like in your close vicinity, if that makes sense, okay? Or for your loved ones, it could be, okay, is what I'm picking up here. Maybe even as a profession, I don't know. For some of you guys, a big change could be that you will become a psychic or like a tarot reader, and you didn't see it in the cards that you would become a psychic or a tarot reader because you were only watching it, but you might actually become a psychic or a tarot reader or whatever of some sort, and you didn't know you would do that in the future, but you will, or maybe even on the side, okay, is what I'm picking up here. I'd be shocked about how many people want a reading from you, kind of like where you maybe mention that you do it, and you're going to be shocked about like how many people want a reading from you and what a huge impact you actually have, because you thought like you're not a big deal, but it's going to have a huge impact on people, and you're going to be like, damn, I didn't know I was that powerful, or I didn't know I was that important, is what I'm hearing. Yeah, I'm hearing I didn't know I was that important, or this was that important, or I didn't know I could make such a big change, see, in other people's life. That's what I'm hearing, okay? So yeah, pile number one, I also feel like there could also be a big change when it comes to your finances, because one card came out that said financial gain, usually coming from something you did in the past. So there could be an energy of like a big change that is coming to you as a financial gain, and that financial gain is gonna like allow you to move. It's gonna allow you to buy a car. It's gonna allow you to even feel safe enough to change your job or to quit your job and start a new one, if that makes sense, because the salary is good. Because maybe you had job offers and the salary wasn't good, so you didn't feel secure enough to change your job. You would stay at this toxic job because the payment was good. But if you get a job that has the same payment, or if you get a job offer with the same payment or even a better payment, then you feel secure enough to change your job, right? That's what I'm picking up here as well. Something about financial gain, almost as if you can buy peace. I'm gonna be honest. Okay, hearing almost as if you can buy peace. Okay, something about you buying peace. Okay, it's first of all you exploring spiritual peace, but now maybe like financial peace is gonna come to you, or kind of like you being able to buy yourself a piece of peace. That's what I'm hearing, okay? Because you're manifesting like financial gain is what I'm picking up here as well, okay? That's what I'm picking up here. Anyway, you know, guys, I can talk on and on and on. Pile number one, that's all I have for you guys. I hope you like this reading. I hope this helped you. I'm going to see you in my next one, and I wish you a lovely, lovely day. Bye. Hey, pile number two, how is it going? For some reason, I want to say how is it going, even though I don't talk like that. Maybe you talk like that. Hey, pile number two, welcome to your reading, guys. So this is going to be a reading about it's going to be a reading about big changes that are about to come into your life, okay? So let's dive right into it, okay? It's kind of like big changes that are gonna bring a big change to you or that are gonna turn your life upside down a little, okay? I want to channel before I look at the cards. I didn't do this for pile number one and pile number three, but I feel like I want to channel a little bit. For some of you guys, you could really like Nicki Minaj, because I heard the song Rah, rah, like a dungeon dragon. Rah, rah, like a dungeon dragon, which is like a song called Roman's Revenge. And I'm closing my eyes because I'm channeling Roman's Revenge. So, and she says, rah, rah, like a dungeon dragon. So maybe you have been, because I heard the word dungeon and then I started to hear dungeon dragon. So maybe those words are significant, or something about dragon symbolism has been following you. Okay. But I'm also seeing the cover of the Pink Friday. So maybe the color pink, you might be wearing the color pink, or you have been maybe even listening to the Pink Friday album. Maybe you really love Nicki Minaj, have been to a concert, you really like her right now. And I also heard, I'm not Jasmine, I'm Aladdin. I'm starting to feel like a dungeon dragon, rah, rah, like a dungeon dragon, you know. So maybe like the movie Aladdin could be significant, or Aladdin and Jasmine, or those names. Okay, I'm seeing a market, so I'm seeing a green apple, so maybe somebody is eating a green apple. I'm also hearing 1 apple a day keeps the doctor away, which makes sense because we have the health card here in your reading. So maybe you are eating a little different right now, or you're making changes because you want to be healthy. Like you want 2025 to be your healthy arc or like your healthy season, or like you want to get back to some type of healthy energy, that a healthy weight or a healthy like way of eating or whatever. I'm hearing zoo, so maybe you have been to a zoo lately, or you're planning to go to a zoo. But let me see, I'm just channeling like random stuff. What is this big change that is coming to pile number 2? Spirit guides, ancestors that watch pile number 2, or that are watching over pile number 2. For some reason, I keep hearing Friday. I don't know what that means. So maybe that big change is going to come to you on a Friday. Because I first heard the song Roman's Revenge, right? So Roman could be also a significant name, but it's from the Pink Friday album. And now I'm hearing it like I'm hearing it ringing, and now I'm hearing the song ring ding dong, ring a ding 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 dong. And the song is called, what is the song called? Isn't it a song that is in another movie that is also called Friday? For some reason, I'm being brought to Friday energy. I don't know what the hell, like why. Maybe Friday is a big day for you this week, or let me see. Because I'm seeing a scene in the music video where they're like driving and they're like trying to escape police, and they're driving into an airplane. Okay, so I don't know if you guys are right now looking at plane tickets, or maybe like a big change could come to you while you are traveling, or a life-changing trip is what I just heard. This feels like a life-changing trip. Okay, a life-changing night is what I'm even hearing. Like this big change is going to come to you because of a night that you cannot forget, or a trip that you cannot forget. You feel like, yeah, something about this was one of the biggest days in my life, or this was such a special night, I will never forget it. That's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing, okay? Let me show you the cards first, and then we're going to talk about everything, okay? So you kind of get a little bit of like a feeling where this reading is going. And I don't know why I feel like flirty with you guys, but we have here the Tower card and the El Diablo, okay? Which looks like a sexy energy, okay? I'm also hearing you recently had a dream of your ex. If you recently had a dream of your ex or an ex-lover, this is definitely your pal, okay? Because I feel like they're still around you. They're still hoping that you might come back to them, and that's why you had a dream of them. But yeah, I can feel their energy. Like you have an ex creeping around you, or you have like an ex-lover that is still watching you or still creeping around you, okay? Just saying. Just a side message here. Okay, and then we have a Hanged Man here, and the Two of Pentacles. Okay. And then we have here the Eight of Wands. Okay. It bothers me that this, you know, corner is so dark. I think I like that better. Sometimes I'm like weird, and like stuff like that bothers me. We have the Eight of Pentacles, no, Eight of Wands here. Okay. And then we also have the card here. You're feeling the energy of your future spouse and your true love. They're close. Keep up your great work. So this reading is going to have something to do with your future spouse. Your future spouse already is around you, pile number 2, okay? Or you could be feeling the energy of your future spouse. I feel like you could be meeting your future spouse shortly after this reading, or maybe you already met a man or a woman that you think is your future spouse. Okay, so you could have already met somebody where you feel like they might be the one, they could be the one, but I still need time to figure it out. I still need confirmation, I still need signs, but they could be the one. Okay, and for others of you, you are about to meet your future spouse. So this big change that is coming to you, so you're actually meeting your future spouse, okay? Since we have the 8 of Wands here, it says swiftness, which is telling me something is happening quickly. Okay, and if you look at this card right here, she has a suitcase in her hands, or in her, yeah, she's like walking around with a suitcase here. Okay, for some reason, pile number 2, I'm also hearing there could be a change in your type, because we have the expectations energy here. It says expectations, so but we talk about a change, so there's going to be a change in your expectations, or your change kind of like where you expect something and something else is manifesting. Because I'm hearing pile number 2, and don't worry, we all do this, okay, so don't worry about this, but I'm hearing pile number 2 that you are not always that upfront with what you want. I feel like you are the kind of person where if you want to manifest a certain amount of money, you tone it down just because you think you cannot achieve it. Or, for example, if you talk about who you want as your future spouse, you might tone it down because you feel like the perfect man doesn't exist, which is true, but someone can be perfect for you even though they're not perfect in other people's eyes, but they're perfect for you. So what I'm trying to say is I feel like pile number 2, you might be the kind of person where you sometimes tone it down, or you sometimes like don't really ask for what you want because you feel like you're asking for too much, or you're too, it's like you feel like, who am I to ask for this, or who am I to manifest that? Like, I'm nothing special, so I'm not gonna ask for something special. Or do you know what I mean? Like, I'm being brought to a person who, if somebody would ask you like what kind of salary you're looking for, you would tone it down. You would not say the actual amount that you want to have as your salary, you would tone it down. So there's like a disconnect between what you really want and what you say you want. Not because you are like deceiving people, not at all. I just feel like you sometimes have a hard time asking for what you really want because you think you don't deserve it, or you shouldn't ask for too much, or your dreams shouldn't be that big, or you shouldn't, do you know what I mean? Like where you feel like, oh, I shouldn't dream that big because like I should tone it down. Like you don't allow yourself to dream big, or you don't allow yourself to fully explore like what you want because you think like it's never gonna come true anyway, or you're not good enough. Like, I don't know, there's something about like almost as if you are okay with the bare minimum is what I'm picking up here, because we have the card here, someone is undependable and insincere, but the way I interpreted that was that you are sometimes not fully honest about what you want because you think you're doing too much, you are asking for too much. Someone, okay, didn't I say I feel the energy of an ex? I'm getting an attitude. Guys, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Do you guys know that video where he's like jumping off of a cliff, like, you know, like bungee jumping? He's like, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Ew, but this could also be your ex, like this ex-lover around you. Okay. I recently had a dream of an ex-lover, and they were actually in freaking prison, and I was like asking them like, what the fuck are you doing here in prison? And he was like, what are you doing here in prison? And it was like a weird situation because for some reason, but I don't know, I feel like it was a ghost. Like I was like a ghost or like a spirit in prison, and then I saw anyway, I don't know why I'm telling you that. Okay, maybe you know someone that is in prison. Maybe your ex really is in prison. I don't know. Anyway, number 2. So this is future Cynthia. I'm just editing the video, and I noticed that I'm very like playful in your reading, but it is because there's good energy coming to you. But I feel like I was a little insensitive with the energy of like having an ex that is in prison, because today I woke up and I saw like a video by an influencer, like a girl on YouTube, and how she was in an abusive relationship, and how he's like, her ex was supposed to be in prison and he got bailed out and stuff like that. And like I feel so like ever since I watched that video, I feel a little bit of like a heavy energy, and now I'm editing the reading, and then I noticed that I'm like giggling and smiling and stuff like that, and it's super insensitive to the people who have been deeply traumatized by a past lover, especially if this person was like abusive or maybe had to go to prison because they hurt a lot of people. So I want to like apologize that it was not my intention, but I was like already like channeling the good energy that is coming to you, you know. But yeah, I just wanted to say like this could also have something to do with like you were in a really bad relationship is what I'm picking up here, okay? And yeah, I think this is just what I tried to say. And also the reason why I had like this dream, like my dream was like not heavy because this person did not abuse me. Of course they were like they were not good for me, but they didn't abuse me. But yeah, I was a spirit in a prison, and I was like floating around, and then I spotted him, and then I was like, what the hell are you doing here in prison, you know? But there was always like, he always was in legal issues, or he always was in issues, so he always was running from the police. So I don't know, maybe you were in some type of energy like that. I don't know, maybe you had like, again, like an ex-lover or somebody that you dealt with that was in that type of energy, you know. They were always like fleeing or always running from something, always like trying to escape something, or like I don't know, always hiding or whatever because they've done something. And I don't know, this could be significant. This could be just a confirmation that this really is your reading. And I feel like that's why I said that. And again, I want to apologize for like being so like giggly, even though it's like a serious, for some of you guys, it could be like a serious topic, you know. It just wasn't a serious topic for me. But then I saw this video today and I was like, maybe I also picked up her energy in this reading, you know. And yeah, that's what I wanted to say. So what I'm picking up here is your spirit guides are explaining to me you might be a little traumatized from a ex-lover. Doesn't have to be an ex-boyfriend, it could just be like an ex-crush. You had a crush on somebody, or like an ex-lover, or like someone that you liked in the past, and they made you feel like you're asking for too much. I'm hearing they made you feel like you're asking for too much. It doesn't even have to be an ex-lover. This could even be a friend. So you had a fake and phony friend, or a fake and phony lover in your life that told you you are asking for too much. You need to tone it down. And you have internalized that voice, that sentence, to the point where you are holding back with, that's what I want, and this is who I want my man to be. And like and again, I'm not saying, because sometimes you have to be realistic, right? Like the perfect man doesn't exist, like, or a perfect woman doesn't exist. Of course you have to compromise, and they're not going to be perfect from head to toe. That's normal. But what I'm trying to say is like, you tone it down a little too much. You tone down what you want a little too much, to the point where it's almost like not in alignment with who you are and what you really want. But you tell yourself you're okay with this, but that's not really true. Or you wouldn't be okay with this for a long term. Like, it wouldn't bring you long-term happiness. It would only make you happy for that moment, but in the long term it wouldn't make you happiness, because it couldn't like sustain, like almost as if like you have an energy and then you manifest something that is below your energy, and then it makes you happy for some time, but then it cannot keep up. Like, this energy cannot keep up with your energy, because your energy is up here, and what you want, or what you said you wanted, is down here, and it cannot keep up. There's like this gap that I'm picking up here. That's what I'm talking about. Because I was like, why the fuck am I picking up your ex, or like like a person from your past here? Like, what the hell is that? So I'm telling you all of this because it's going to lead to the big change, okay? So it's kind of like you are okay with the bare minimum, or you might sometimes not always notice that there's like a gap or a disconnect, that there's sometimes a gap or a disconnect between what you ask for and what you actually want. That's what I'm talking about, okay? Let me see. Again, we're gonna tap into this big change in a second, but it's all connected, if that makes sense, okay? Can you clarify the feather energy here, please? One more. Yeah. Ooh. Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then we have news of a birth or a new business opportunity. News of a birth or a new business opportunity. Okay, for some of you guys, you could have even wanted a child with someone in your past, or you could have wanted to have a business with someone in your past, or like build a business with someone in the past, or have a child with someone in the past. Or maybe you were pregnant with someone's child and like it didn't work out, or I don't know. And it's almost as if like something failed in the past and you told yourself like you're not gonna ask for it again, or you're not gonna expect it again. Like, I'm not gonna expect loyalty anymore because I had a person that was not loyal to me. There's something like that going on here where you were like toning it down, or you were like lowering your expectations is what I'm picking up here. Yeah. This to me feels like lowering your expectations because someone told you you're doing too much, you're asking for too much. Such thing doesn't exist. For example, when someone says like, I'm just gonna give you an example, okay? I recently saw a girl talking about, I do feel like there's something going on with like people around you saying something is not possible, but it is possible, but you internalize something here. I don't know what it is, pie number 2. Like, let's say for example, someone says like, oh my God, you cannot find your true love at a party. Like, that's where all the fuckboys are. That's not entirely true. I mean, like, it's a 50-50 chance if you ask me, you know? But it's kind of like you internalized something, and it was like like someone made an absolute assumption, but there are no absolutes. There are always expectations, right? No, always exceptions. There are always exceptions, and nothing ever is an absolute. Like, there's always like two things happening at the same time, and like things being in balance, and like, again, exceptions and stuff like that. So nothing is ever totally, there's no absolute if you ask me. You know, I could be wrong though. What I'm trying to say is, pile number 2, there is an energy where, first of all, your future spouse is around you, but I almost want to say there might be a change, or there might be like a big change in who you want as your future spouse. Or if you meet your future spouse, you're going to realize like it doesn't align. Hear me out. It does not fully align with what you asked for. Hear me out. It's even better. But it is when you realize what you actually want. I'm giving you an example, okay? Let's say, for example, you really, want children. You want a family. You want children so much, okay? And again, someone in the past told you, I don't think you are going to be a good mother. So you lowered your expectations, kind of like, okay, I think I'm not going to be a good mother, so maybe I should tone it down. Maybe I should not try to manifest a man that is a family man because I'm not a good mother, or I wouldn't be a good mother. Just an example. Hear me out. Then you meet a man and he has a child. Maybe you told yourself, I don't want a man that has a child. Okay, like, I don't want to deal with that. Hear me out. So you meet him and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm intrigued. But he has a child, and I didn't want him to have a child because I gave up on my dream to have a family because I feel like I wouldn't be a good mom. I'm not meant for this. But this is not really true. It's like some type of manipulation in your brain that made you feel like, oh, a man with a child is a red flag. It can be sometimes. Again, no absolutes. It's a 50-50 chance, right? But then when you analyze it a little more, you are realizing like the more you see him being a father, the more you fall in love with him. The more your desire to have a family again comes back up, and the more you realize that you always wanted a man that knows how to deal with children, and you never really, like, a man having a child was never really an issue. There was like, do you know what I mean? Like, how can I explain that? It's like then you realize like you can practice even with their child and then figure out whether or not you are meant to be a mom. So in your soul, this was what your soul wanted to experience, because you had a deep desire to be a mom, but you were scared. So when you meet a man with a child, you can practice and also realize like and even spot him, kind of like where your soul knows that someone is your man because you see him being a good father, because you didn't have that in your childhood. Or maybe the man that you dated before, he had a child and he was a deadbeat father. So you have like a trauma connected to that. No, I don't want another man with a child. This went terribly wrong in the past. So I feel like this big change here is, again, you are realizing like, oh my God, like, this is exactly what I wanted, but I didn't know that this is what I wanted, because I was like toning it down, or I was like changing what I wanted, and I was changing my desires according to past things that happened to me. So all in all, what I'm trying to say is, you might be meeting your future spouse, but you might be caught off guard that something is not what you expected, in quotation marks, but it's exactly what you wanted, what your soul wanted, but you maybe didn't write it on a piece of paper that this is what you want your future spouse to be like, or like, that's what I'm being brought to. Okay, there's like this energy of like, I wasn't prepared for this, okay, and I didn't know that this would happen. Because I almost want to say, you're going to meet your future spouse, but it's not just, oh my God, I fall in love with him, I fall in love with her, and she's cute or he's cute. There's also a spiritual test or a spiritual journey coming to an end, where you realize what you actually want, because it's a little wishy-washy. It's like it's still mixed with a past connection and how it traumatized you, or how it made you feel like you want certain things, but only because you were like with this person. But when you are with this person, you don't want certain things anymore. Okay, so there's something about, for some of you guys, there's something unexpected about your future spouse and who he is or who she is, or how you meet them, or like something about this. Okay, I'm hearing an unexpected. The funny thing is, in pile number 3 I heard a shocking, no, in pile number 1 it was a shocking change, and with you guys I'm hearing an unexpected change. Okay, and in pile number 3 I heard a lot of changes. Like, it was like the theme of lots and lots of changes. With you guys, to me, it feels like an unexpected change, because it literally says surprise. So it's going to be a surprise to you who your future spouse is, because they are going to be what you were looking for, but there's also going to be stuff about them that you didn't know you were manifesting. So it's almost as if you are like looking at him and realizing like, oh, so that's what my soul really wants, but I didn't know because I was confused. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of like, I talked about this in a different reading. Maybe you chose that pile. I talked about how sometimes our soul makes a choice, but we don't realize it, that our soul already made a choice. For example, you travel to Italy and your soul made a decision in that moment. At some point, I'm going to live in Italy. But you're not fully recognizing that your soul is making a decision in that moment, because there's so many things happening, so much things happening in your life, and you might be confused about your path, your career, this and that and this and that, like lots and lots of confusion, that you don't even recognize that your soul already made a decision in that moment to at some point move to Italy. Like, this was already, you already made a decision like in a split second, and then you forgot about it. Okay, this is what this feels like to me, especially when it comes to your future spouse. Okay, for others of you, your type could be changing. Okay, there could be like a big change when it comes to your type. Okay, yeah, you could be realizing that your type was a little toxic, or yeah, that your type was a little toxic is what I'm picking up here, but I feel like you didn't fully notice that your type was toxic. Okay, maybe you recently noticed it, I don't know. Okay, And I'm also hearing your future spouse is going to bring a big change to you. So there's also something about a big change that is going to come to you through your future spouse. So when you meet your future spouse, it's not just, ooh, he's cute, ooh, she's cute, I'm in love. No, there's a big change connected to it, possibly a relocation, and possibly, again, a child. So you're meeting two people and not just one because they have a child. Just an example, not for everybody and their mama. Possibly because of their profession, there's something going on with like, or maybe they're going to change your career or your profession. Okay, so there's something about a big change that is going to come to you through your future spouse, through you meeting him or her. So let's see, what is that big change? We have January. Maybe you are born in the month of January. Maybe your future spouse is born in the month of January. Something about winter season. They're going to bring a big change to you in winter season. Your future spouse is going to bring a big change to you in winter season. Can you clarify this big change with the... Yeah, for some of you guys, I'm also picking up, you might have realized in January that you were like attracting the wrong man, or you were like realizing like... Okay, for some of you guys, another thing that I'm picking up here, this could be happening, okay? I'm picking up that you might... Okay, listen to me. This is interesting. I love your reading. Okay, for some of you guys, maybe you already have a crush, or you will have a crush on someone very soon. Okay, they're gonna like you back, or you're gonna have a crush on each other. You go on a date and you realize, oh my god, now finally I have a date with the guy that I wanted. You go on a date with him, you go on a date with her, and then you realize like, I'm not feeling it. Like, I wanted this man and I'm not feeling it. I wanted this woman and I'm not feeling it. Like, but they are your type. They are your type from head to toe. But you're like, I'm not feeling it. What is that? Like, I'm not feeling it. And all of a sudden you're like, I don't know. I'm not enjoying myself. I'm not feeling it. I feel weird. Like, I wanted this man. I wanted him so bad. I wanted her so bad. I wanted to have a date with them so bad. I wanted to talk to them so bad. And now that I got their attention, I'm like, I don't know if that's what I want. And I think that's where the big change is coming in, because you're gonna maybe even manifest a situation that you wanted to manifest, like a sexy date, a hot date, whatever, like a luxurious date. And it's like picture perfect. But something feels off and you're like, I'm not feeling it, but it's everything that I wrote down that I wanted, see? And shortly after that, you're actually gonna meet your future spouse. You're gonna meet your future spouse after that, and then you realize, oh, my type is changing. See how I'm grinning? I can't, okay? Like, I don't know what that means, your type is changing. Like, maybe you thought, ooh, I like guys that... I don't know. I like guys that, I don't like sensitive guys. Then you meet a man and you feel like, I kind of want him to be a little sensitive, but I said that's not my type. And then you meet your future spouse and he's sensitive and you're like, okay, I do like sensitive men. But you told yourself you don't like sensitive men. Does that make sense? Or maybe you told yourself like, I don't want to date a guy that is a gym rat, that goes to the gym all the freaking time. Like, I'm not into that, okay? And then you meet a man or a woman and they don't go to the gym. And then you realize like they are, how do you call it? They are somehow triggering you into even more unhealthy habits. Maybe they eat a lot of fast food and you love fast food, but then you realize like, do I want to be with a man that is like encouraging me to eat even more fast food? Am I lying to myself that I don't want a man that is focused on his health because I'm scared to be under pressure, that I cannot fulfill his expectations? So it's a lot bigger. There's a lot more underneath. And then you meet a man or a woman and they go to the gym. And then you realize, I kind of like the idea of going to the gym with him and like getting fit. And I kind of like the idea of like a sexy energy at the gym and he's my personal trainer and stuff like that. But you didn't allow yourself to like explore that because you were scared to like not meet his expectations, or like because for some reason, I'm gonna be honest, for some reason I'm being brought to this one video where there was a girl, and she was like a girl that she was a little bigger, and she was dating a guy, and he was like, I think, a bodybuilder, and it's like two opposites attract. But if you think about it, it's like maybe he feels a little less under pressure because bodybuilding is like a lifestyle that comes with a lot of restrictions, right? And maybe she feels like she doesn't have enough restrictions, so it's kind of like it mingles perfectly, if that makes sense. Like they can help each other in different ways, you know. But maybe you think like, oh my god, like I don't want a guy that goes to the gym because they're all dumb or they're all meatheads, which is not true, but you have like a bad experience with that. So that's what I'm talking about. It's kind of like I feel like your type is changing, pile number 2. Okay, there's something about your type changing. You're realizing that your type is changing. Okay, is what I'm picking up here. Let's see. But what is this big change of this that pile number 2 just is going to bring to pile number 2? We have a cobweb here. It says protected from negative forces beyond your control. Let's see. Okay, they are going to bring an ending into your life. If this bus is going to bring an ending into your life, pile number 2. Like, yeah, a big change could be like they're going to bring an ending into your life. I don't know what that means, okay? Can you clarify this casket here? What is that energy about? Wow. We have marriage. See, we are talking about your future spouse. Okay, maybe there's gonna be changes when it comes to your wedding, or like where you're gonna get married, or it's almost as if, let me put my foot up here. It's almost as if your future spouse is coming in. I'm even hearing like this big change is your wedding, but maybe I think you're gonna get married to him or her faster than you anticipated. So I feel like this big change is gonna be that you're gonna be married earlier than you thought you would be married, or like faster than you thought you would get married. There's something about a big change when it comes to your wedding, where you're gonna get married, how you're gonna get married, how fast or how slow you're gonna get married, because your needs are changing. That is so freaking interesting. We also have high honor here. Okay. Yeah, and Father Sophie, I'm hearing a spiritual quest, like you meet your future spouse and it's going to be the end of a spiritual quest, but they could be like still, it's as if you look at your future spouse and you realize that is me, but you had to meet him or her to realize the parts of you that you didn't see, like a blind spot about yourself. Okay. For some of you guys, they're going to bring a big change when it comes to your health. Like for some of you guys, if your spouse is health conscious, they could be vegetarian, they could be vegan. So a big change could be that you're going to eat a lot more vegetarian or vegan food. You might even lose a little bit of weight in that connection just because you are happy and you don't feel like you need to fill a void with food, or just because they cook very healthy, or just because you go to the gym with him or her. Like I do feel like your health is going to change. There's a big change when it comes to your health. A health issue could completely vanish, is what I'm picking up here. That you maybe thought you had to live with. Okay. Yeah, there's something about, there's a big change connected to your health as well, pile number 2. Or some type of health issue is going to come to an end as you meet your future spouse. So your future spouse is like, they're going to bring a big change to your health, to what you eat. Maybe you're going to start going hiking, maybe you're going to start going to the gym, maybe you're going to start going swimming, is what I'm picking up here. Okay, because that's what they like to do. But again, I'm telling you, there is like a person from the past that somehow twisted your vision a little bit when it comes to your marriage, your wedding, your future spouse. Like someone said something very stupid to you and it kind of like stuck with you. I don't know what this is. Okay, let's get one more card. Where's the casket energy here? some of you guys, you told yourself you don't want a wealthy man, but your future spouse might be a wealthy man. For some of you guys, you told yourself you want a wealthy man, and then you meet one, and then you're like, I don't know if that's what I want though. I'm a little confused. Okay. Yeah. For others of you, I'm also hearing you might be a little confused because you're gonna meet your future spouse and they're not wealthy, but someone told you your future spouse is gonna be wealthy, right? And you're gonna be like, for some reason, like a tarot reader told me my future spouse is gonna be wealthy, but I meet him and I know it's him or I know it's her, but they're not wealthy. The funny part is they're gonna become wealthy a little later in life, but you're gonna meet them when they're not wealthy, so it's gonna be confusing to you because a prediction said they're gonna be wealthy. Just an example, okay? That's what I'm picking up here too. Let's see, where's the casket energy here? What's that energy about? I feel like there's a lifestyle change, pile number 2. There's a lifestyle change because of your future spouse is what I'm picking up here. They could have a very unique lifestyle. Okay. Something about the way that they live is, yeah, there's something about your lifestyle is gonna come together with your future spouse's lifestyle, and it's gonna create a big change in your life. They could live a life that is very different from yours, and that's the reason why it's gonna bring a big change to you. So you're not just falling in love with a man or a woman, you're also falling in love with a lifestyle that they live. And I don't think it was on your bingo card. I feel like it's a little I don't know, I feel like you didn't consciously manifest it, you subconsciously manifested this. Okay, so yeah, there's something about a lifestyle change is what I'm picking up here, or something about a big change when it comes to your health. Okay, because it says an excellent time to start an exercise program or a diet. Many new friendships are on the horizon. So yeah, that's what I'm picking up here. So I feel like even the big change could be, yeah, there's something about you're gonna say goodbye to something that was toxic, that had a toll on your health, your weight, your health, your skin, whatever, whoever. For some of you guys, listen, for some of you guys, I'm even picking up here like someone quitting smoking. Okay, or something like that, because we have the Devil card here. Okay, I'm also hearing a big change that is coming to your life is that you are going to overcome negative habits with somebody. So you've done a great job at like overcoming negative habits by yourself, but your future spouse is just like you. They're also always constantly trying to get rid of negative habits like you. So you're going to do it together, and that's like the big change, that you're going to do it together instead of like you by yourself, or instead of you doing it with a friend or whatever, because you're going to do it with your future spouse. That's what I'm picking. I don't know why I'm like laughing. I find it funny. I don't know. We also have here, yeah, it says surprise. So there's something about like a big change that is coming to you, is like a surprise about what you want though. Like you're gonna be surprised about yourself. For some of you guys, pile number 2, I'm also hearing you're gonna get surprised with a trip. So your future spouse is probably gonna surprise you with a trip, or maybe there's something about a lifestyle where you are traveling a lot is what I'm picking up here as well. Could be also a big change. Maybe you're not traveling a lot right now, but you will be traveling a lot very soon. Or it's going to be a lot more, it's going to be an active lifestyle. Like your lifestyle is going to become more active. Even though maybe your lifestyle already is active, it's going to become more active, or there's some type of addition to what you do on a daily, or what you do every weekend. Okay, there's some type of like addition is what I'm picking up here. Again, for others of you, I'm also hearing someone is going to get surprised with being with a trip, kind of like where a big change that is coming to you is that you're going to travel somewhere, and it could be like a trip that is going to change like your path, or that is going to change like the way you think about the world, yourself, about love, about men, about women, whatever, whoever. Okay, it's gonna maybe bring a big change to your perspective that you go on this trip. But I feel like this trip could be a surprise. So someone is surprising you with like, hey, let's go on a trip. For most of you guys, it feels like your future spouse, okay? Or again, it's kind of like a trip that brings a big change to you. So you go on a trip and you think it's just a vacation, but it's like a life-changing vacation, or it's like a life-changing trip because it brings like a big change to you, because that's where you meet your future spouse, okay? Like, take it how it resonates. Like, it could go either way, you know. You already know, okay? Okay. It's like you're reading your own soul and you're like, oh no, I'm seeing another picture or video of the Big Bang Theory, where, what is his name, Sheldon, was reading in a book, and the caption said something about like, when you read God's plan for you, and then Sheldon is reading the book and it says, why the fuck is that happening? Why is this happening? Like, why is that happening? Or why does this have to happen? And then he flips the side, he flips like the page, and then he says, oh, that's why. You're gonna have one of those moments. Okay, you're gonna have one of those moments. I don't even know how to explain it. It's like, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Again, for others of you, there could be like a, but it talks about a big change though. So a disappointment is followed by a pleasant surprise. Yeah, for others of you, this could even be an energy of like disappointment turning into a pleasant surprise, but you're not used to that, because usually when things go to shit, they go to shit, and there's like no, I don't know. Let me get a few more cards. It's like mysterious with you guys here, what I'm picking up. Let me see. It's a mysterious vibe here. Okay. Yeah, I'm also hearing an unexpected. Why do I keep saying unexpected? You could even be traveling. Like, a big change could be that you will be traveling a lot more, or you will be a lot more active. Like, your life is going to become more active. Like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, a lot more active, like hiking a lot, or riding a bike a lot, or going to the gym a lot, or traveling a lot. You're going to be a lot more on your feet, or your life is going to become a lot more active, is what I'm picking up here. Yeah, that's what I pick up here. Like a very active lifestyle, a very healthy, active lifestyle. Okay, so yeah, you could go through a big change when it comes to you gaining weight, losing weight, gaining muscle, whatever, whoever. You might even get like a recommendation or a tip or a clue from somebody, possibly your future spouse, and it's really good. I'm hearing a game changer. I pick up the energy of a game changer, especially when it comes to peak health, reaching peak health, reaching your full potential when it comes to your physical body or your health. But it is because you get a clue or you get like a tip from somebody. It could possibly be your future spouse, but it could also be somebody around you that is going to give you, you're going to be having a game changer that is going to help you to excel and exceed when it comes to your health, or that is going to help you to break a toxic bad habit that kept you away from reaching your full potential when it comes to your health. It's a game changer though. So this big change that is coming to you is about you finding out about a game changer. And you're going to be so freaking healthy because of that. There's a big change that is coming to pile number 2. Yeah, because because I'm picking up someone sitting at a table, someone sitting a lot. Okay. It could be because of your workplace. Okay, yeah, okay. Okay, so for some of you guys, maybe you couldn't be as active as you wanted to because you were going through health issues. For example, like you couldn't do as much because like you didn't have stamina, or you had like a bad knee, or I don't know, like maybe your mental health didn't allow you to like go out and like go on a walk every day, because sometimes you feel like shit. Like there's something about, like, I see someone sitting a lot on a desk. or I see someone like maybe being inside a lot. Yeah, that's what I'm picking up here too. Look at that energy here. Kind of like where you're sitting inside and you're just looking outside of the window, but you're not vicariously living through other people. Okay, yeah, I'm hearing you're no longer going to live vicariously through other people. You're going to live yourself. So you're going to become the person that people vicariously live through, instead of you being the person that vicariously lives through people. But it could be because you're overcoming a health issue, or you put all your energy and effort into healing a health issue, and now you are like, the door is open, like the world is your oyster. Pile number 2, your spirit guides told me to get an extra card. Okay, I didn't plan this, but they sometimes come through and they tell me, no, you forgot to tell pile number 2 something. So we have here the card no. Something is not right here. Something needs to stop. And another card that came out is a card that has twins on it. Like there are 2 women and they look identical. They look like identical twins. Okay, and it says join a group, a class, or a course. People with the same vision come together. But it almost looks like these 2 girls have a different vision. They're both wearing like these virtual glasses where you are like playing in a virtual world. We're going to talk about this a little later. I see like 2 visions, or I see like 2 ways something can pan out, or I see like 2 men or 2 women fighting for something. We're going to talk about this a little later. Okay, so your spirit guides are telling me that they want you to know that there's some type of good energy connected. It might not make sense right now, pile number 2. It might make sense very soon. They're telling me that there's good energy connected to August, possibly like a man born in the month of August, you meeting someone in the month of August, or some type of like romantic date in August. Something about August is going to bring like peace and happiness to you. Something about, I'm even hearing again, you're going to meet 2 men or 2 women, and with 1 man your spirit guides are going to show you the signs of no. You're going to see no everywhere. And then when you meet your future spouse, you're going to see yes everywhere. So you're going to be bombarded with like a yes. This is the one. Yes, he is the one. Yes, she is the one. But if you are with the other guy, that might look good, because I feel like you are in between types. I'm not going to lie. I feel like you are in between types. Okay. And yeah, there's like kind of like good energy, or maybe even this big change could be manifesting for you in August, or you meeting your future spouse could be happening around August. Okay. Or again, like this man or this woman that is going to be good for you, or that is the one, somehow they are connected to August. They might reach out to you in August. They might give you the surprise in August. Something about where this man or this woman that is going to be the one for you somehow is connected to August. Okay. And this man or this woman that is not meant for you is somehow going to be connected to January, which is crazy, because I talked about this influencer girl, right? That was in a DV situation, or like like an abusive relationship, and she broke up with her boyfriend this January. So for some of you guys, your spirit guides are telling me that someone said something very mean to you in January that you internalized to the point where it kind of twisted your view of your future partner, or your future marriage, or your future wedding, or your future life when it comes to the man or the woman that you choose, is what I'm picking up here. So there's something about bad energy being connected to January and good energy being connected to August. Okay, so maybe even the man that is not meant for you, maybe he's born in the month of January, maybe he said something mean to you in January. There's something going on with January here. There's something about bad energy being connected to January and good energy being connected to August. Now again, I don't really know what that means. Maybe I'm also hearing you went through a bad change in January, and you will go through a good change in August. So you went through a bad big change in January, and you will go through a good big change in August, or you are recovering from something that took place in January, and you will like heal from that, whatever that was, that trauma. You are healing from that trauma that took place in January, and you're going to be like healed, or like you're going to have a healed perspective again of yourself, of your love life, of your future marriage, of your future spouse, or something like that come August. And that's when they will come into your life. So there's something about healing and harmony, and the right partner, or the right time, the right person is connected to August, and the wrong time, the wrong person, something about you being confused about what you want is connected to January, okay? That's what they want you to know. Something about like pay attention to like signs connected to January and August. So August is the good energy or like the green light, and I feel like January is like the red light, if that makes sense. That's what I'm picking up here, okay? But again, we're going to talk about this a little later, because I'm also picking up here you having a dream of two men, and you are dreaming that you are marrying them both. So you have a dream of marrying this guy, and you kind of like see your future, and it's not a happy marriage, or it's not a happy wedding. And then you have another dream of another man or another woman, and you marry her, or you marry him, or you marry her, that lady, and you can see a happy marriage and a happy wedding in a dream, okay? There's something like that going on here. Again, we're going to talk about this a little later in your reading, about like those two men or two energies or something like that, okay? I'm also hearing something about two visions existing, because they both have like these glasses on where you are in a virtual world. So they both see something different. We're going to talk about this a little later in your reading, where I talk about like two visions or like two ways something can go. So there could be an energy of like for some of you guys, there might even be two men, kind of like where one man wants you back, or like, I don't know, two men, like, yeah, we're going to talk about this later as well in your reading. It's going to come up soon, but I'm being brought to kind of like one marriage is going to take place in January, and it's like a bad marriage, or like a marriage that will like, you will be sad in this marriage. And then there's another marriage that takes place in August, and you will be the happiest woman or man alive. But it's kind of like they both propose to you. It feels like maybe this is happening in the spirit realm. It's like they both propose to you, okay, because they both want you, but for different reasons. One wants you because they truly love you, and the other one wants you because it looks good on paper, or you look good on paper, or they look good when you are next to them. Okay, so I'm picking up the energy of like someone proposing to you in January and someone proposing to you in August. But I feel like I'm talking about the future. Or like two visions. It's kind of like you might even have a dream of having a marriage with one person, having a dream. Yep, I'm picking it up here. You might, I don't know how this is going to make sense to you, but I'm picking up you having a dream of two men or two women. You have a dream of marrying one man, and you're going to feel the energy in the dream, like what it is. And then you're going to have a dream of marrying another man, and it's like completely different. It's like, and for some reason, one thing has to do with January and the other thing has to do with August. So the good energy is connected to August and the bad energy is connected to January. Okay. I don't really know what that means. I have no idea what that means, pile number 2. Okay. There's something about two men, two visions, two weddings, or two ways, or like you having to choose who you're going to marry. Wow. Yeah, that's what I'm picking up here, okay? For some of you guys, I'm also hearing pile number 2. You thought that a big change would come to you in January, but this big change is supposed to come to you in August. So I'm also hearing something about the wrong timing was January and the right timing will be August. So even if it is about a person, again, take it with a grain of salt because you have two energies around you. But even if it is a person where you already were talking to them or you already met them and you thought your connection would start in January and somehow something happened and you disconnected or it didn't take off, it could be because you're supposed to meet again in August for whatever reason. Okay, something about the timing was wrong, like the timing of January was wrong, it was not right, and the right timing will be August. Okay, again, but this is just for a few of you guys because I feel like now it gets a little confusing. But if you want to know if someone is your future spouse or not, just ask your spirit guides to send you like a yes or a no, and again, you will see a yes or a no like anyways, even if you don't ask for it. Okay, but yeah, there could also be something going on with like the timing was wrong when it comes to January and the timing will be right in August for a big change to happen or for a connection to start, take off, continue. But again, take it with a grain of salt because you have like two energies here. Okay, like always check in with your spirit guides if you are interpreting things correctly, especially if you have two men around you or two women. Okay. Is what I'm picking up here as well. For others of you, your future spouse could bring a big change to your workplace. Okay, you might be quitting your job when you meet your future spouse because they're going to be like recommending a job to you that is better for you. Okay, let's see. What is this big change coming to pile number 2? Look at that, it says a gift. Okay, so I'm even hearing like a big change could be coming to you around your birthday, or you could be receiving a gift that is going to be a game changer, or it's going to change your life, or it's going to bring a big change to you. Yeah, I'm hearing a birthday gift. I'm hearing a birthday trip. Okay, someone's going to change your worldview, or it's going to change like yeah, it's going to change your worldview is what I'm picking up here. It's going to change like maybe even your connection to the universe. It's going to become deeper, or possibly even your connection to people. This trip is going to change your connection to people, but in the best way possible. It's going to become a lot more intimate, almost as if like this trip is going to open up your heart, or it's going to heal your heart chakra. Yeah, there's something about what you want is changing. There's a big change in what you want, pile number 2. Because we can manifest what we want and then it's not what we thought. Like I'm being brought to people who manifest something that they wanted so badly and then they're not happy because that's not what they wanted. They thought that's what they wanted. And I don't really know what that means. So maybe I'm supposed to like, because it's like a general reading. Let's see, can you clarify you're feeling the energy of your future spouse? What is that energy about? Maybe for some of you guys, you met someone in January and you are thinking to yourself whether or not this person is the one. Can you clarify? We have the King of Wands here. Your future spouse could be a cook, or they could work in a restaurant. For some of you guys, not for all of you, okay? For some of you guys, your future spouse really likes camping, or they really like boat rides or something like that, okay? The seaside is what I'm hearing. For some of you guys, your future spouse could be a person in the public eye, or they give interviews, or they answer questions or something like that. Or they could be managing someone. They could be like the manager of someone. Can you clarify you're feeling the energy of your future spouse? What is that energy about? Yeah, we have the Ace of Wands. Yeah. I feel like I'm just repeating myself, okay? It's like painting a new picture. It's a new picture. It's a new vision. It's like a new... Your vision of your future spouse, your love story, is there's a big change there happening. You might have even noticed you are drawn to piles in my future spouse pick a card readings, and you're like, huh, didn't know that. Like kind of like where the pick a card reading feels like it resonates with you, but it also doesn't. But the things that don't resonate with you are the things that are like deep in your soul, and you will understand them when he or she stands in front of you. So you could have maybe even felt like certain things do not resonate with you in a reading, but it is because like there's like a change on the horizon when it comes to your future spouse and your love story. Or what you thought would be your love story, or what you thought would be like your journey to your future spouse. I don't know why I'm grinning like that. I feel like you're gonna be happy though. You're gonna be like, you know what I'm seeing? I'm seeing another picture where SpongeBob, it's like SpongeBob and he's like grinning like that, you know? And then it says, when you're consciously manifesting something, or I don't know, but he's like grinning, or like, I'm seeing you here like looking at the universe and you're like, you guys know me, or like you're grinning because they know you and they knew what you needed, and they knew it's not 1000% what you wanted. It is, but there's also other aspects to it, and you're gonna be like grinning like, yeah, my spirit guides know me, my ancestors know me, that they brought this person to me. That's what I'm picking up here. Okay, let's see. Wow. Do you know what I'm just hearing? Your connection with your future spouse, it's gonna be there's gonna be a philosophical story behind all of that. Like when you and your future spouse come together, there's gonna be such a wise lesson attached to this. Like there's such a wise lesson attached to you and your future spouse and how you meet or whatever. It's like those wise lessons that Buddhas teach or that monks teach about life. I don't know, see, I'm grinning, so you're gonna be happy. You're gonna be like, oh my god, that's funny. Like, I didn't know this would happen, but I like it here. That's what I'm hearing. Okay, let's see. Yeah, there's a change in energy when it comes to your future spouse. Okay. Because some of you guys, maybe you thought someone is your future spouse and they're not, and then you're going to meet your future spouse afterwards, and then you're going to be like, oh my god. So that could be another reason why your vision is changing, because you think someone is your future spouse and they're not. So you have a certain vision, right, of what could happen in the future, but then you meet another man or woman and they're your future spouse, and that's why everything changes, because it's going to be like, yeah, that's what I'm picking up here too. So you could meet two men or two women back to back, and you think they could be the one, and then you're like, nah, I don't think they are, and then you meet another one and they really are. It doesn't make sense, but this could be happening back to back, okay? And that's the reason why the vision is changing or shifting, okay, of your future. One more. Yeah, which is the reason why maybe I even brought it up, because the guy that I told you guys about, what is his freaking name? I'm not gonna say his name. But I had a certain vision because I thought he is the one, but I wasn't as much into tarot. Like when I met him, I wasn't as much into tarot, and my guides were guiding me, but I also didn't notice a lot of signs and synchronicities because I wasn't fully immersed and involved with my spirituality. I wasn't sitting down laying cards and stuff like that that could give me more information. So I was connected to the universe and I did receive signs, but there was also a lot of information that they couldn't convey to me because I didn't read cards or I didn't sit down and meditate. You know what I mean? And yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm picking up here. Okay, let's see. What big change is coming to pile number 2? What's going on here? And again, for others of you, there's a big change coming to your curiosity. You're going to be following your curiosity, and it's going to lead you to a big change. Like, I don't know why, but I feel curious about this. Lately, I've been drawn to this place. It didn't look interesting to me before, but all of a sudden it seems interesting and I want to go there. Like, you're going to follow your curiosity, and your curiosity is going to lead you to him or her. It's like a mystical journey or whatever. Okay, like I'm curious. Okay, let's get one last card here. For some of you guys, there could be a big change also in who is guiding you, because this is like the hand of a spirit guide here. So there could even be an energy of like a big change when it comes to who's guiding you. For example, you always were drawn to being drawn to Aphrodite, like the deity Aphrodite, and all of a sudden you feel curious about Hecate or whatever, you know, like maybe there's also going to be a big change when it comes to who is guiding you. Okay, or yeah, what spirit guide is guiding you. Okay, possibly even like there could even be a little bit of like a change when it comes to your spiritual beliefs, is what I'm picking up here too. Maybe you always felt connected to angels or archangels, and all of a sudden you're going to realize there's an ancestor around you. It's still a spirit that is guiding you, but it has a little bit of like a different, I'm hearing flavor, I don't know why, a different like feeling to it, because it's like not an archangel, it's like an ancestor from your family tree, if that makes sense. Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm picking up here too. So the way that they communicate could also be changing, because maybe your archangels communicated to you in this way, but this ancestor communicates to you through music. So you're going to get a lot more messages through music rather than angel numbers. Does that make sense? That's what I'm picking up here too. There could also be another change in kind of like your communication with your spirit guides, or how they communicate to you, or how you channel or receive messages. Okay, let's get one last card. What big change is coming to pile number? One more. See, it's two visions. See what I'm talking about? I'm also hearing in the past, someone made you fight for them. Kind of like you were in a situation where a man made you fight for him with another woman, or a woman made you fight for her with another man. And it's gonna be the opposite. Like a change could be that you are now the one that is being fought over. Okay, is what I'm picking up here as well, because it looks like they're both fighting. But what are they fighting for? Are they fighting for you? I don't know. Okay. But as you can see, it's like two visions. Like this person wants that team to win, and this person wants that team to win. So it's two visions. Who is winning, right? Or how the game is gonna go. For others of you, one last thing that I want to say is, yeah, and also this is you being in your optimal health. Your summer goals, like I'm picking up the energy. I feel like you are reaching your goals when it comes to your body, your fitness, or your health quicker than you think. Or you're reaching your goals when it comes to your health has a bigger impact, or is going to make a bigger change than you think. So maybe this summer is going to be full of changes, or it's going to look very, very different compared to other summers, because you are healthy, or you feel healthy, you feel good, you feel so good about your body, about what you eat and your habits and stuff like that. So maybe it also means that this year, or this summer, or this whatever, autumn, is going to be so different, or such a big change. Even the activities and the things that you do is going to be so different, is what I'm picking up here as well. Okay. Because maybe again you have stamina, or you feel good about your body, so you're going to go swimming a lot more, or you're going to go to the poolside a lot more, because you are at one with your body, or you are happy about your body, you're happy about the transformation that you go through. Okay. So yeah, for some of you guys, I feel like this big change that could be coming to you is like that you feel very sexy and very confident about your body, whereas before maybe you felt shy. So you're gonna experience like a new feeling inside of your body when it comes to shaking your hips and putting on a skirt and like putting on cologne. It's gonna feel like, ooh, I like doing all of that because I'm one with my body and I like my body. And it's like, it's a different feeling to interact with your own body, or to be out there and like be inside of your body and be out there. Okay. Is what I'm picking up here too. Okay. And one last thing that I also pick up here is there could be a lot more competition around you, pile number 2, in this new reality. Or like this big change could also come with more, it's almost as if like you're gonna have a glow up and you're gonna reach a very high level, or you're gonna like really like, people are gonna be like, damn, you look good, you glow, you listen. But that could also attract more competition, or more people being competitive with you, which you maybe did not experience that much before because you were like a wallflower, or you were shy, or you were hiding or whatever. But now that you are like out there and you're confident and you feel sexy and stuff, there might even be more competition around you. It's almost as if you reach your full potential and other people see that you are very high up there, and so they're going to start competing with you. Okay, so you could also experience a lot more competition with this big change. Okay, or a big change could be that you're gonna experience a lot more competition, but it is because you are making things happen, like, and it's visible to people that you make things happen, and they're gonna feel like competitive about like keeping up with you. They're gonna feel competitive about keeping up with you, or like doing as good as you, you know. That's what I'm picking up here, pile number 2. If you want to find out more about this, honestly, this competitive energy here, if you maybe you already noticed that people are competing with you a lot more, like you're confused about why people compete with you or how much competition you recently experienced, or maybe even copycats or people copying you. If you feel connected to that energy or that message, go to my Patreon if you want to. It's pile number 1 in the Patreon pick a card reading. Okay, it's connected is what I'm picking up here, okay? But that's all I have for you guys, pile number 2. Sorry, pile number 2. Yeah, that's all I have for you guys, pile number 2. I hope you like this reading. I hope this helped you. I'm going to see my next one, and I wish you a lovely, lovely day. Bye. Hey, pile number 3. Welcome to your reading, guys. So we're going to look at big changes that are coming your way, big changes that are about to happen in your life that are really going to turn your life upside down, or what is going to turn your life upside down. Okay, that's what we're going to look at today. Let me tap in pile number 3, okay, guys? Before we begin to talk about big changes, I really want to talk about like, there's like a backstory to this big change, or that led to this big change that is about to happen in your life. Because pile number 3, I'm going to be honest, I feel like you have or had a lot of haters around you. I'm going to be very honest. You have a lot of enemies, or you have a lot of like people that are salty or mad at you. Maybe the last couple of years and months you really have been speaking up. You have been maybe speaking up against a bully, or you have been just speaking up in general when it comes to you feeling like something is not right and you have to say something. And maybe you have been holding back for a very long time, but the last couple of months and weeks you really have been like telling the truth, like being honest, telling the truth. And I feel like it rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. Maybe you also cut a lot of people out of your life because you saw that they're toxic, or you called out their toxic behavior and they couldn't handle it, and so you knew that you had to kind of like distance yourself from them. There's something about you speaking your truth and it really rubbing people the wrong way. You could have noticed that some people didn't have unconditional love for you. They only loved you when you did everything that they wanted you to do. Kind of like where these people, or certain people in your life, they only loved you when you were a certain way, and they didn't love. Do you know what I'm hearing? Make sure that, no, I'm hearing this one quote that says, he fell in love with my flowers, so when autumn came he didn't know what to do with my roots. There's something about where people were in love with your flowers. Maybe people were in love with like your happy energy, your jolly energy, but they couldn't handle like you having bad days, or you speaking the truth, or you like, I don't know, there's something going on with like people really liked being around you when you were like in a positive, bubbly energy. But when you were talking about like, things that bother you, it's almost as if I feel like a lot of relationships in your life have been going through the test of time, or have been going through a test. And I feel like a lot of relationships didn't make it, or a lot of like relationships, like you just realized like that you have to walk around eggshells, and you're not allowed to say certain things, and you're not allowed to walk and talk and do certain things. And you almost felt like, well, how can I be me and also have this person around me? It's kind of like I have to choose. I'm either going to wear a mask and make people happy around me, or I'm going to be the real me and see who sticks. Yeah, I'm hearing speak the truth. If you want to know who's your tribe, speak your truth and see who sticks, or see who stays with you. That's the vibe that is coming through here. And I feel like, to be honest, I'm going to be honest, pile number 3, I feel like you've made a lot of enemies, or there's like one big enemy that you have in your life right now, or like you might have a lot of haters, or like enemies at this point in time. But again, I feel like it's because maybe you said and did certain things that really rubbed them the wrong way. Maybe you didn't even mean to hurt people, but by just you making certain changes, they felt very bothered by you. Okay, so I'm even hearing the song by 50 Cent, like, many men wish death upon me. You know, like there's something about like many men, or like many people really don't fuck with you. But I also feel like you don't fuck with a lot of people. Does that make sense? Like, a lot of people don't fuck with you, or a lot of people are very mad at you for, I don't know, for changing, for saying something, for doing something. It's almost as if you have been triggering a lot of people. I feel like you have been triggering a lot of people around you, I'm not gonna lie. And that caused a lot of people to, like, I don't know, like, I'm hearing from a friend to an enemy. Maybe you had like a lot of frenemies. I feel like you had a lot of frenemies around you, I'm gonna be honest. Okay, and I feel like the last couple of months and weeks you really have been trying to be as honest and as authentic as possible. And because you did that, you really like made people mad. You might have a salty ex, you might have salty ex-best friends or ex-friends, you might have salty family members. Like, there's a lot of people around you that really are pissed and mad and angry with you because I don't know why they're pissed, mad, and angry, okay? I just feel like I feel like you are a person, you tell the truth, and you know, a lot of people, they live in a bubble and they don't like to hear the truth. And when you speak your truth, or when you say the truth, it's like, yeah, I'm hearing they didn't like how honest you are. Because I'm hearing another song called, I'm hearing a song called Dangerous Game. In the song, he talks about, you didn't like, hold on, let me actually look at the lyrics. It's by Leon Thomas. Okay, it's called Dangerous Game. Hearing frenemies, I'm hearing you have a lot of enemies, you have a lot of haters around you, okay, or something about where, I don't know, because I'm picking up the energy of like from friend to foe. But if these people really were your friends, they would never grow to become an enemy, right? It would just be indifferent, kind of like where you have a friend and, you know, if you maybe, for example, go separate ways. There's one quote by Tupac that says, just because we're friends doesn't mean I don't want you to eat, or I don't want you to win. I want you to eat, just not at my table. I feel like that's what you're that's how you felt about like cutting people off or walking away or speaking your truth, where you felt like, you know what, I feel like we're just like oil and water, we don't mix well. But that doesn't mean that I wish bad on you, or that doesn't mean that I don't wish you to succeed. I just don't want you at my table. Like, I have nothing, for some of you guys, you maybe even have been, because I feel like maybe you have been really embracing not liking people. Like, hey, I don't like you, I don't know why I don't like you, or hey, we don't vibe, and I don't want to pretend that we vibe. Like, I don't want to pretend that we vibe, and that's why I tell you I don't vibe with you. And you know, like, it's nothing against you, I just feel like it's not mixing, or like the energy is not right, or I'm not feeling it. You know, you have been very honest about like, you know what, I don't trust you. You know, there's something about like where you have been saying things out loud that people usually don't say out loud. You know how you do small talk and you tell this person like, oh yeah, I feel well. No, you probably said like, oh, I feel like shit, but I also don't feel like talking to you right now. Don't be mad at me, you know, but I don't feel like talking right now. Or you said to someone like, hey, what do you think of my boyfriend? And you told him or her like, I think he's a rat. I don't trust your boyfriend. I could be wrong, but I don't trust him. I feel like there's red flags. There's something about where I'm even being brought to autistic people, or I'm even being brought to children, right? Because children have no filter. You have been speaking without a filter, is what I'm picking up here. And I feel like you made a lot of enemies or a lot of haters. But again, the question is, were they your friend, or were they your ally to begin with? Because again, just like the quote said by Tupac, just because we are not friends anymore, that doesn't mean that I don't want you to eat. I want you to eat, I want you to succeed, just not at my table. So if you think about it, if these people really were like allies, they would not grow hostile against you, or they would not grow such big hate just because you tell them, oh, I don't like your boyfriend, or just because you say, oh, I don't want to party anymore, like I feel like that lifestyle is not for me anymore. Like, just because you said something, or just because you did something, if they truly loved you from the bottom of their heart, they would say like, man, this kind of hurt me, but they wouldn't become haters, right? Like, if someone becomes a hater, were they like a friend disguised as a hater? Because how can you switch from being a friend to a hater? Like, there must have already been seeds of hate within you. Do you know what I mean? Because, for example, if two people grow apart, you know, then that means maybe you become indifferent, or maybe you are sad or disappointed, but it's not like you start hating on them or you start hate watching, right? You wouldn't like go to your friend's profile and hate watch them just because you don't, how do you call it, you don't vibe with each other anymore, right? Maybe you're mad for a couple of months, but at some point you let it go. But I feel like a lot of people have grudges against you, or there's a lot of like haters or enemies that you've made, again, just by saying the truth. I'm hearing something about the hard truth. There's something about where I feel like you really don't like to live a double life. I feel like you felt like you lived a double life, and I feel like you felt like in order to feel like you are, there's something about where the truth was setting you free, or you felt like you had to say the truth in order to not feel like you are living a double life. You felt like you are thinking one thing but saying the other thing, and it didn't match. Like what happened within you didn't match with like the words that came out of your mouth or the conversations that you had with people, and you tried to really like become authentic and like really say what you think and really like just have real and true and honest conversations and just see what happens, you know, like, is this relationship gonna last? Is it gonna put a crack in the relationship? Like, what is gonna happen? Because you felt like there's so much on your heart and on your soul, but you always felt like you couldn't say it because you hurt somebody. You have to walk around eggshells, and you have to pretend to like people, and you have to pretend to vibe with people, and you have to pretend to like wanting things even though you didn't want to. You had to like pretend to participate, that you wanted to participate in things even though you didn't. So you felt like, no, I need to like be honest, and I need to like tell people, because it's not fair to lie in their freaking face, and it's also not fair to me to like, I don't know, just live this life where I do and say, and kind of like where you felt like you're fake. You felt you are fake for doing things that you don't want to do, or agreeing to certain things, right? You felt like, I'm wearing a fucking mask and I feel like a fucking fake. I feel like a phony myself, so I need to say how I really feel and see what happens, you know? And again, I feel like a lot of people, they didn't vibe with it, okay? If you told your friend, like, hey, I don't like your boyfriend, like, I could be wrong, you know, like, but I don't have a good feeling, someone got mad about it. If you told someone, like, hey, I really don't want to go to family gatherings anymore because I don't like that toxic conversations or that competition. If you said that, somebody didn't like it, like, there's something about where I almost want to say, pie number 3, you have been not on a mission, because I feel like you didn't do this on purpose. You felt like you needed to do that because you felt like you are like almost as if you cannot breathe, because everything around you is lies, or everything around you is a mask, or everything around you is forced. So you felt like, no, I need to like say how I really feel, and I need to do that because I cannot breathe. I cannot like live like that, okay? Is what I'm picking up here. And so in the song it says, used to be right here and I used to be too clear. The song says, used to be right here and I used to be too clear. You don't like when I'm too honest. All them stories you don't want to hear. Truth is right in front of your eyes, but you'd rather live life blind. Trying to take what you're owed, but I always cross the line. Okay, so it's kind of like, I feel like you have been around a lot of people that kind of like lied to themselves, and I do feel like it's your purpose on earth to help people to wake up from illusions. I'm gonna be honest, we're not talking about like being delulu in order to manifest something. No, it's not. It's about like people trying to live an illusion and like make other people live an illusion as well. There's something about you have been, and again, I don't feel like you did that on purpose. You just felt like you want to wake up from your own illusion, or you want to wake up from your own life that felt like an illusion or felt like a fake life, you know, like a fake happiness or fake peace, fake joy, fake friendships, fake love. Like you wanted to, you felt like, what is that? I'm even being brought to, do you know where I'm being brought to? I'm being brought to the Truman Show with Jim Carrey, where everything around them is a fucking lie. Like everything is like, everybody's like an actor and everybody's acting and like nothing is real. That's what I'm being brought to. So you have been Truman in the Truman Show, okay, the last couple of months and weeks and maybe even years. And yeah, a lot of people didn't like how honest you were. This is like the energy where people feel like you shouldn't say that. But if it's true, why wouldn't you say it? Like, for example, if you say, oh, I feel like shit, I don't want to go to this party. What is bad about saying that? People are like, no, you cannot say that. They're going to think that you don't like them. No, I didn't say I didn't like them. I said I don't want to go to this party because I feel like shit. That's it. There's a difference. There's something going on with like pile number 3. You have been, yeah, again, making a lot of enemies with speaking the truth, making a lot of enemies with like talking about the fake stuff, talking about the real things. Like, yeah, I'm hearing, I'm real, I'm real, I'm really, really real. Okay, so people, I'm hearing a lot of quotes. I'm also hearing, water has no effect on fake flowers. I'm gonna say it again. Water has no effect on fake flowers. Okay. I feel like you have been scratching people's ego. Okay. You have been bursting people's bubble. But not because you wanted to. You were just making changes to your own life, and a lot of people were very disappointed or very, yeah, I don't know, they just felt they felt a way about the changes that you've made. I almost want to say maybe there were a lot of people that depended on you for their happiness. So when you didn't do what they needed you to do, and you no longer made them happy, that's when they saw you as an enemy. That's when they saw you as like, oh, I don't need to be nice to you anymore, or I don't even know how to explain it. I almost want to say maybe you provided a lot of peace or a lot of happiness to people that couldn't provide peace or happiness for themselves. So when you started to rebel a little bit and felt like, no, I need to make my own decisions, and I feel like I need to be more honest about what I want and what I don't want, you started to make the people that you used to make them happy, but you used to make them happy by sacrificing your own happiness. You know, I feel like you are a recovered people pleaser, and because you're coming out of your people pleaser energy, that means again you have a lot of haters and a lot of enemies. Okay, we have the card here, take care, enemies are working against you. So yeah, there have been a lot of people that were very mad at you, or that are very mad at you, that are very salty with you. But again, it's because you have been walking around, you have been like a walking bursting bubble energy, but not because you want to hurt people. This is just your energy. It's like this is who you are. Who you are is a very honest person. And when you are surrounded by people who lie to themselves, they're not going to like your honesty. You used to be one of those people that also lie to themselves. You used to lie to yourself, or you used to like lie to people to make them happy. And then you realize, I don't want to be a liar. I don't want to lie. I don't want to lie to myself, and I don't want to lie to other people. You perceive it as respect. If I tell you the truth, that means I respect you. But those other people felt like you are disrespecting me by telling me the truth, which is like very twisted, right? But it's because we live in a twisted society where the truth is being frowned upon and everybody's happy with the lie, you know, just for the sake of like keeping the peace, but it's not even real peace. If you think about it, it's not even real peace that we have upon planet Earth. That is not real fucking peace. This is pretending, it's a pretending that there is peace, you know? So yeah, this could be a particular person who really, really, really is your enemy right now, or who really is a fucking hater. This is like a real hater. You had a real hater or like a real enemy around you, okay? I feel like a lot of people have been working against you because they felt like, yeah, you are an enemy, or they felt like, now that you are not my friend anymore, now you are an enemy. Now that you are not my wife anymore, now you are an enemy. Now that you are not my coworker anymore, now you are my enemy. But how do you switch so fast? Do you know what I mean? That means that we're a hater to begin with. So I feel like a lot of haters have been exposed around you. Or you have been exposing haters by speaking the truth, and then they showed their ass. Kind of like where you said something and it was shaking the table, and then the hater exposed themselves because they were reacting very, very strongly to you. You could have also had quite a few narcissists around you. Okay, so I feel like pile number 3, there could be quite a few people that don't like being around you because you're too honest. You say, I don't even know how to explain it. It's like, you know how when people say like, oh, you cannot say that, or you cannot do that. You cannot say that and you cannot do that. Like, these are things that you don't talk about with your neighbors, or these are things that you don't say at a family gathering, you know, but it's like, if we are family, are we not supposed to talk about everything? Like, isn't there supposed to be some kind of intimacy where we can talk about everything and anything? Isn't that what family really means? I feel like you have been so confused about like you not being allowed to say something or do something. Like, I'm supposed to be truthful, but why is everybody mad at me when I'm honest? Why is everybody mad at me when I'm honest? Because you perceive it as I respect you and therefore I tell you the truth. Because I could lie in your fucking face, but I don't want to. It's like a twisted energy here. It's like being honest is disrespecting somebody, or that's how they perceived it. Like, you being honest was disrespecting them. Now, let me show you the cards now, okay? I'm getting a lot of like random stuff, you know, so please bear with me if I have to like put the puzzle pieces together as we speak, because sometimes I see the bigger picture in the beginning of the reading and sometimes I have to put the puzzle pieces together with you as I'm talking, and then it makes sense in the end, okay? I'm also seeing the song Psychic by Chris Brown, but the music video where he's like jumping off of a cliff and right before he hits the floor he grows wings. Because I'm hearing something about like, I will catch you when you're falling. I'm hearing I will catch you when you are falling. Let me show the cards to you where I say that. Because we have here the Fool card and the Knight of Swords. Okay, and it looks like she's falling, but it looks like he's running there to catch her. Okay, I'm hearing I'm catching you when you're falling. Because, to be honest with you, pile number 3, I feel like you didn't have nobody to catch you when you were falling. The past couple of like months and weeks and years, you had to... I do feel like this has something to do with like you really had to rely on yourself for a long time. Pile number 3, I'm also hearing you had people in your life that were on purpose not helping you. Okay, so with the I'm catching you when you're falling, I pick up a strong energy here. Again, you had people that were acting like you had fake supporters around you. You had fake supporters around you. You had frenemies around you, you know. You had people around you that only liked you for certain reasons. Like, they only liked what you could give to them, but they never were there to give to you, you know. Because I'm hearing you had people around you that were watching you fall on purpose. They were watching you fall and needing help on purpose. Like, I'm being brought to somebody who sees that you are dehydrated and you really need a glass of water, but they're withholding it from you. Like, I'm seeing, I always see the same vision of like someone crawling on the floor in a desert and they're almost like, you know, like passing away from dehydration, and there's a person and they have water and they withhold it, you know, like where I feel like you had people around you that were watching you fall. And they knew they could have helped you in that moment, but they decided not to. Kind of like when you needed someone to talk to, no one was there, but you were always there when they needed someone to talk to. Okay, that's what I'm picking up here as well. Listen, pile number 3, I swear you had some real ass haters, like deep hatred. I don't know why, okay, like I don't know what that is, but you had some real haters around you where they were acting like, oh, I'm gonna help you. Like, I'm even seeing this one picture where it's like a picture where someone is like, hey, I'm gonna help you. Like, someone is like stuck in a hole or in a pit, and the other person's like, let me help you, and then they put their arm down there, but they are withholding the ladder. So they actually have a ladder, but they don't give the ladder to the person that is like in that pit, and they are offering their hand, knowing damn well it looks like they're helping, but knowing damn well that this person is not gonna be able to reach that hand. but they actually had a ladder. They actually had a ladder that they could have offered, but they were like hiding that ladder on purpose. But it's almost as if they wanted you to think that they want to help you, or they wanted the reputation of a good person. So you could have also had people around you that were more focused on having a good reputation rather than being a good person. So they wanted to look good. Okay, they were so focused on their reputation rather than actually being a good person. That's what I'm picking up here as well. I'm telling you, you had a lot of people around you that were acting nice. They were good actors. So it's not people that are obviously haters or like mean people. These are people that are haters, but they are disguised because they still want to have a good reputation. That's what I'm picking up here, okay? Like, you have been around people that were good actors. They were all about looking good, but not actually doing the right thing when nobody's watching. They were doing the right thing when someone was watching. They were not doing the right thing when no one was watching, okay? You've had a lot of selfish people around you that were acting selfless, but they were actually selfish. Okay, or they could have helped you in a situation, but they didn't on purpose, is what I'm picking up here. Okay, they were watching you fall on purpose. And I feel like this big change is that you're going to be surrounded by people that are going to catch you when you fall. But we're going to talk about this a little bit later in detail. But yeah, that's what I'm being brought to here. It's kind of like people are offering you help, knowing damn well it's like they could offer you more help, or knowing damn well they only do that for reputation reasons, but not because they actually like... I'm telling you, I'm also hearing covert narcissists. So these people were like narcissists, but very, very hidden. Like, not people where you obviously see like, oh yeah, damn, that person's a narcissist. Like, that's obvious. They were so hidden. They were such good actors. Okay. That's what I'm picking up here with I'm catching you when you fall. I feel like people were watching you falling and they didn't catch you on purpose. And then like this big change that is coming to you is people seeing you fall and catching you immediately so that you don't even fall into some type of pit. They're catching you immediately. Oh my God, yeah, that's what I'm also hearing, because in the song Psychic, he says, she catches me every time. Might be psychic, but I like it. So he says like, she catches him every time. Like, she catches him every time. That's what I'm hearing. Like, these people are going to catch you every time. They're going to catch you before you even fall. Like, they're not going to watch you like go down the drain. They're going to... Do you know what I mean? I swear to God, pile number 3, I don't know who was around you, if it's a particular person there, but they were happy to see you fall. Okay, this person was happy to see you fall. They didn't want you to succeed. They were like happy that things don't work out for you. What the hell? So the first thing that I'm picking up here, this big change that is happening around you, is because we have the card here, kindness. But again, I feel like you have been around people that were very harsh, that were very like mean to you. I feel like you had a lot of mean girls around you, or a lot of narcissists around you, a lot of haters, a lot of frenemies, or people that turned into enemies just because you said or did something that they didn't like, which again, that doesn't make no sense. Because if I like you or if I respect you, I wouldn't like start to grow such hate towards you just because you do something that I don't like. That doesn't make no sense to me. That is conditional love. This is not unconditional love. You have been surrounded by people that loved you conditionally, not unconditionally. Okay? You have been around people that only liked you when you were in a good mood. They didn't like when you were sad, or they didn't want to be around. I'm hearing fair. You had a lot of fair weather people around you, pile number 3. People that loved you for your flowers, but not for your roots. Okay. So the first big change that I'm picking up here, pile number 3, is that in this big change that is coming towards you is because we have the card here, courtship, which does talk about like meeting new people, being approached by a lot of people, or like being approached by people that you don't know, with the courtship here. And then we have the great fortune card here, which is the goddess of abundance. And then we have here the card kindness. So I feel like the first big change that is coming towards you is that you have a lot of people that love you unconditionally, or you will have a lot of people around you that like you, even kind of like even when you disagree with those people. I feel like you are about to meet a lot of new people. So the first big change is that you are about to meet a lot of people, but they all are like super kind and super sweet. There's something about where these people that you are meeting, or again, it's like I feel like it's like the energy where you are coming out of like being surrounded by a lot of haters and snakes and fakes and mean people, and you transition into being surrounded by people who really love you. They don't pretend to love you. They don't just love your flowers, they also love your roots. They love you when winter comes. You know how when you say like, you know, summer love, but then when winter comes, like the love is not there anymore. This is like the energy where you are going to be surrounded by a lot of people, maybe even a lot of new people, and they all like are going to love you in every season, or they're all going to like accept you. They're going to love how honest you are. They're going to love like because they're going to perceive it as respect. Kind of like when you tell them like, hey, I feel like this and I feel like that, they're going to feel like, damn, pan number 3 respects me, and that's why pan number 1 tells me the truth. I do feel like can I be honest, pan number 3, you could have been around a lot of people that had mental health issues, or that were, again, like they had like a personality disorder. There's nothing wrong with mental health issues, but certain people, when they have mental health issues and they don't self-reflect, they start to attack people around them. So you could have had a lot of people around you that were kind of like the type of people to point fingers at other people, like, you are the reason I'm sad, you are the reason I'm mad, you are the reason I'm salty. So you had people around you that didn't self-reflect. You're going to be surrounded by a lot of people that are self-reflective, like they reflect on their own behavior, and they don't always point at other people like, you are the reason I'm sad, you are the reason I'm mad, you are the reason why this conversation didn't go great. There's something about where this big change that is coming to you is that you are attracting the right people to you. You are attracting your tribe, is what I'm picking up here. Or again, people that love you on good days, on bad days. Yeah, I'm hearing through thick and thin, until death do us part, or I think how you say it, you know. These are like people that are going to be there when the sun is not shining, when it's gray. They're going to be there when you don't feel good. They're going to be there when you have a bad day. They're going to be there when you don't feel like partying. Like, I'm being brought to people who only want to be around you when you are in a good mood and they want to party with you, but they don't want to have deep conversations with you, because if you start speaking, you kind of like expose their shadow, or you expose like something about where they don't want to face it. Kind of like where you want to have a conversation about like, why do I always attract like guys that are whatever, fuckboys? But your friend doesn't want to talk about it, because if you start talking about it, she's going to question her relationship with her boyfriend, because in reality her boyfriend is a fuckboy, but she doesn't want to face it. But if you speak about yourself and how you attract the wrong people or the wrong men, she's going to see herself in you, and she doesn't want to. It's kind of like you are a walking mirror, and some people did not want to look in that mirror. And again, I feel like you didn't do this on purpose. This probably is your purpose, but you didn't do it on purpose. So you're going to be surrounded by a lot of people that want to look into the mirror, that want to sit down and have like deep conversations. They want to cry with you. They want to like heal with you. They want to succeed with you. They want to go through thick and thin. They want to be around you even when you have bad days. Like, they're not going to be mad at you because you didn't call back. They're not going to be mad at you because you're not smiling, or you're not attending a gathering. Okay, there's something going on with like you being surrounded by a lot of kind people that are very self-reflective, that are very calm, very patient, very meditative, where you feel like you don't have to walk around eggshells, and you can just say how you feel, and it doesn't have like consequences. And when I say consequences, I mean like you're not gonna get punished for being you. Yeah, this big change is about you not getting punished for being you. Okay, you're gonna have a lot of kind people around you, or a lot of people that have compassion. Again, these are people that self-reflect. These are people that look into the mirror. They check themselves, like, why am I mad at pan number 3? Pan number 3 didn't do anything, you know? Or, damn, I want to have a conversation with pan number 3 and talk it out, instead of like being mad at you behind the scenes and talking about you and gossiping about you and like wishing on your downfall. You're going to have a lot of people that are going to root for you. This big change that is about to come to you is you having people that actually root for you, that actually wish you well behind your back, that actually talk positively about you behind your back, that are going to call you when they want to tell you something, or when they want to have a conversation. Because for some of you guys, maybe you even have been craving real and honest conversations, and you felt like every time you start a conversation, you there's tension, kind of like when you want to have a conversation. Let's say, for example, you want to have a conversation about like a childhood trauma, but your friend doesn't want to talk about childhood traumas, so you feel like they're shutting down what you want to talk about, or they don't want you to speak, because like that's what I'm picking up here. Okay, like, why do you always have to talk about stuff like that? Or I don't want to talk about that today. Or again, you maybe even just felt energetically like some people don't want you to say something, because if you say something, it's going to burst their bubble. Or maybe they started to not invite you anymore. Maybe certain people had started to not invite you anymore because they felt like you, I don't know what their problem or what their issue was. Okay. So yeah, the first big change is because I feel like, let me tell you, pile number 3, there's a lot of big changes coming to you. So this is not just like one big change, there's a lot of big changes, because we have the 7 of Cups here twice, and it usually talks about options, kind of like multiple things at once, okay, that are in front of you. And we have the 7 of Cups twice, and we also have the 7 of Wands and the 7 of Pentacles here. So I pick up a strong energy here. First of all, you're being guided by the angel number 777 with this big change, or when you see the angel number 777, that's when a huge change is about to come into your life, or that's when this huge change is manifesting. Or pay attention to the thoughts that you have when you see the angel number 777. Like, that's when your spirit guides are talking to you. They're going to start talking to you through the angel number 777, which could also be another change. Maybe your angel number always was 111 or 222 or 444. Your angel number in this new chapter with this big change is going to be 777. It might be like your lucky angel number, or every time you see that number there's luck coming to you, or every time you see that angel number your spirit guides are talking to you. Okay, so the angel number 777 has something to do with a huge change coming to you, or with you being kind of like where you're being guided by that, kind of like, yeah, something about where whenever you see the angel number 777 or 7777, it foretells great fortune. It foretells that your idea is going to bring you to luck, or your idea is going to bring you to abundance, or your idea is going to bring you to a good outcome. Okay, and that could be a change for you, because your angel number was a different number. Your angel number was not 777 in the past, or you have been guided by the angel number 222, 444, 111, 333. Okay, maybe this could even be an angel number that you don't see that often. Like, you might not see the angel number 77 very often, or you used to see the angel number 77 often, and then it stopped, and then you felt connected to another angel number, and you're coming back around to feeling connected to the angel number 777, or again seeing that angel number a lot, because that's the angel number that is guiding you to great fortune. But again, this could also be a big change, because you never felt connected to the angel number, you never saw that angel number, or it's an angel number that you don't come across very often. Or this could even be an energy where you didn't even like the angel number 777 for some reason, and you're going to grow to like the angel number 777, because it's like you're going to associate it with something. Listen, I even pick up this energy of like where you associate something bad with the angel number 777. I don't know why, for some of you guys, and it's going to turn around into you associating something good with it. Okay, is what I'm picking up here as well. But yeah, pay attention to the angel number 77, because this is the angel number that is going to guide you to this big change, or it's going to foretell that this big change is about to manifest. But yeah, there's a lot of, I feel like a big change is that there's a lot of big changes coming to you at once. It's like, oh my God, I just met my boyfriend. Oh my God, I'm about to move. Oh my God, there's a change in my career. Oh my God, I just got a tattoo, like randomly. Like all of a sudden you have tattoos on your body. You have a boyfriend, you have a new friend in Paris, and like you travel to Paris and you've never been there before. There's like, I feel like there's a lot of changes coming to you all at once, and probably very shortly after this reading, because the Knight of Swords talks about fast-paced energy. As you can tell, he's running. Okay, I'm hearing victory lap. Okay, and the funny thing is we have the card here, victory in some endeavor, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if you tell me I've been on a failure lap. Like the last couple of years have been failure after failure after failure after failure. I have been failing I've been a master at failing. Okay, I've been failing this, I've been failing that, this didn't go well, that didn't go well. Kind of like when you really experience a long period of just failing, period. Not even, okay, I succeed sometimes and sometimes I fail. This was pure fucking failure, is what I'm picking up here. Like failing after one thing after the other. This is failing, that is failing, that is failing, and that is failing. So it's not like there was an imbalance. Yeah, we talked about this, right, in a different reading. I talked about maybe you chose that power, where I talked about some kind of like a scale being balanced. Okay, but what I'm trying to say is, you know how certain people, they sometimes fail and then they succeed, and then they fail again and then they succeed. With you guys, I feel like it's you. With you guys, I feel like the rhythm is failing, 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 and then succeeding, 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 succeeding. Do you know what I mean? It's like the rhythm in which your life goes is very interesting. It's not just, oh, I have ups and downs. No, it's like down and then up. Like there's no in between. I don't pick up any in between. Okay, so this big change that is coming to you is, I'm hearing a victory lap, or you're going to experience victory after victory after victory after victory after victory, or success after success after success after success. But you have been going through failure after failure after failure after failure after failure. The friendship has been failing, your diet has been failing, you have been failing a job, whatever. Kind of like when you felt like everything went to shit. Okay, but again, let me be honest, you had a lot of haters, a lot of people wished on your downfall. A lot of people wished on your downfall. And that's why a lot of things failed in your life. They felt like, okay, you're not my friend anymore, now you're my enemy, and I hope you fucking... I'm hearing they like me better when I'm fucked up and ashy. They wanted you to be fucked up and ashy because you were not their friend anymore. You were not their lover anymore. You were not their good daughter or their good son anymore. And you had to pay the price, okay, for disrespecting them. That's how they felt about you. I'm just saying, okay? And your spirit guides are saying, this big change that is coming to you, like I'm hearing you're gonna defeat all of your enemies at once. I'm hearing you're gonna defeat all of your enemies at once, because again, the victory talked about take care, enemies are working against you. Okay, so this big change that is happening here, first of all, you're not gonna have so many haters or so many like enemies around you, and even if you do, it's gonna be balanced with people who really root for you and who really like want you to win. So if you think about it, if you only have people around you that fucking hate you, right? And they don't want you to win or succeed, then it's kind of like an energy dragging you down. But if you also have people around you that really root for you, like, oh my God, I hope pile number 3 succeeds. I'm praying for pile number 3. I'm sending pile number 3 good energy. I'm giving them positive energy. I'm telling them how great their idea was. And like, it encourages you, right? If you have like a friend and your friend really believes in you and they're like, looking at you like, hey, I believe in you, pile number 3, and every time you feel like bad, you remember that moment of like your friend looking deep into your eyes and telling you that they believe in you, right? It's like it's lifting you up. I feel like you had a lot of people dragging you the fuck down, okay? And I feel like this big change is like, first of all, you are speaking your truth, and therefore the people who really are for you are gonna stick. So you're not, it's kind of like a sorting out or like filtering through who really was a friend and who was an enemy disguised as a friend, you know? So you no longer have those haters around you. Maybe they continue on hating, but they're not in your close vicinity. So now that you speak your truth and people can listen to you and decide whether or not they want to be around you, it's kind of like filtering out or filtering through or sorting out who really is for you or who really wants to be around you. So now you only have people around you that really want to be around you. You only have people around you that really like you, that really adore you, that really root for you, that really wish you well, that talk positively behind your back, that pray for you, that I don't know, want you to succeed, that would cry when they see you succeeding because they genuinely, like, I'm hearing your wish is their wish and their wish is your wish, you know? So that's the first big change, like you being surrounded by people who pray for you, people who want to see you happy, people who talk positively about you, people who lift you up. Okay, and if you think about it, so you have a lot of people around you that are team love. So it's balancing the scale. right? So it's balancing the scale. So even if you still have haters around you, it's still going to be balanced with people that are kind of like, almost as if it's going to, like, people loving you, it's going to neutralize the hate that you get. So people hate you, but then you have a friend and their love is neutralizing the hate that you get. There's something like that is what I'm picking up here. I feel like what I'm talking about is more like in the spiritual realm. They're showing me like this is literally what happens in the spirit realm. If you have a lot of haters around you, and like then you have people that love you, they actually neutralize that hate. Okay, so there's like a balanced scale, and that allows you to not feel like then these people cannot drag you down. But if you have nobody lifting you up or like rooting for you, then they can like pull you down. Okay, so yeah, that's the first thing. Okay, something about like you winning, you being victorious when it comes to enemies, or you defeating your enemies. I'm even picking up this energy of like, you know how people like laugh at you, for example, if you're trying to manifest something and they see that you fail at manifesting it, and they're like you know, like laughing. Like I see your enemies, I see your haters laughing in a corner, laughing and gossiping about like how you're never gonna make it, or how nothing is working out for you, and they're like, yeah, see, that's her karma, or see, I told her it's not gonna work out, and they're like in a corner like talking about it and like being happy that nothing works out for you or whatever, or being happy about hearing bad news or hearing that something is failing. Like they're happy about this, you know, when they hear that. And I see like this big change energy of like you coming out victorious, or you manifesting something huge, and then they're gonna stop laughing. So another big change is that your haters are they're gonna choke on their own fucking like laugh. Like you're gonna be the last one to laugh. They're gonna choke on their own words. Is what I'm picking up here, where they believe that you could never make it. I do feel like this big change is about a victory lap, and you actually like enjoying celebrating with other people all the things that you are achieving. Okay, so yeah, you're gonna have a lot of lovers, you're gonna have a lot of supporters, a lot of people that pray for you, a lot of people that really wish you well from the bottom of their heart, you know, instead of just pretending to wish you well. Everybody can do that. Okay, I'm hearing that everybody that smiles in your face is your friend, and you learned that lesson.
Number 3, I feel like it wasn't easy for me to like find the right words in your reading, because I feel like, again, your haters were all up in the reading. Okay, like I could feel all of your haters and all of your frenemies and enemies in that reading. But what I'm trying to say is, I actually posted a song today on Instagram where the song is called Namaste. So maybe you might be Indian, or you might be into yoga or Hinduism, you know. But the song is called Namaste. The song is called Namaste. And in the song she says, I bow down and humbly bow down to the true you, the true essence of your Atman, your true self. I bow down and I honor that. And as I bring my hands together and as I look at you, I see that through you, through your eyes into your soul. And I make you see me. It's Namaste. And I feel like this is how people felt about you. They felt like you see through them, or they felt like these people, like, but again, they felt uncomfortable about it. Like they felt uncomfortable. I feel like you were surrounded by a lot of people that were lying to themselves. Pile number 3, I feel like you were surrounded by a lot of people that were lying to themselves, that were in a relationship that is a lie, that somehow kind of like were delusional. But again, not delusional in a way of like manifesting your dreams. It was more like delusional of like, oh, I'm happy, or like fake happiness or fake joy and fake peace. And I feel like these people felt like you see them, and or kind of like where I'm hearing societal norms, kind of like where if you see someone being sad, you don't ask them like, hey, what's going on? You look sad. You just act like you didn't see it. But you would be the type of person to say like, hey, you look depressed. What's going on? But depression is not like a topic, right? Or for example, you would talk about like, man, I think I need therapy. But people feel very uncomfortable because maybe they feel like they need therapy, but they don't want to admit that to themselves. So when you admit to yourself that you need therapy or that you want to go to therapy, it makes them very uncomfortable around you, because they know that they also need therapy, but they don't want to admit it to themselves. Does that make sense? So I feel like you had all of these people around you, kind of like you had a lot of people around you that were lying to themselves, or that were in a relationship that is a lie. They were in a marriage that is a lie. They were lying to themselves that they like their job. They were lying to themselves that they're happy, or they were lying to themselves that they like people. Maybe they were like fake nice to people just to network. And you were like, hey, I thought you don't like this person, or like, nah, I don't want to chill with this person. I don't want to spend time with this person. But maybe your friend wanted to spend time with Monica, even though you both don't like Monica, but she wanted to spend time with Monica because she knew if she spends time with Monica she's going to get a job promotion, or she's going to get a job offer. But you were like, nah, I'm not going to chill with Monica if I don't like her. I'm not going to take a job offer from Monica if I don't like her. Like, that don't make no sense to me to like act like I like her, but I actually don't. So you had a lot of those people around you is what I'm picking up here, pile number 3. And the big change that is coming to you is you're going to have a lot of true and honest people around you. They mean what they say, and they say what they mean. These are people that are going to really like, they're going to be so happy that you see them. Like, instead of being like offended by you saying, hey, you look sad, what's going on? Or hey, you look depressed, what's going on? They're going to feel like, oh my God, I'm so happy that you see me. I'm so happy that you can see into my soul without me saying anything. So they're going to feel like so happy that you can see their soul, even though maybe they don't say something. Whereas before, people were like, don't read my mind, or don't talk about stuff like that. I don't want to talk about this. Like, I don't want to talk about that. Do you know what I mean? Like, you had people around you where they didn't want to talk about them being sad, and then they got offended if you started that topic, if that makes sense. But I feel like these people around you, these new people, so this big change is coming to you is that you're going to have a lot of people around you that are spiritual, self-aware, and they're going to love you for seeing them. They're going to love you for being honest. They're going to love you for starting topics that are hard. They're going to love you for like starting topics that they feel scared to talk about, or that they feel scared to start. They're going to love that you call them out. They're going to love that you're honest with them. They're going to love that you say, hey, I feel like you can do better. I believe in you. Or, hey, I'm worried about you. I don't want you to go partying every weekend. Like, I'm worried about you. They're going to love that. They're going to feel like you love them, or you really respect them when you say that. Whereas other people took it as offensive and like, oh, don't talk about this. Yeah, that's what I'm picking up here. So this is like the first big change. You're going to have a lot of spiritual and honest people around you that are going to love you for being so honest, or they're going to love you that you show them who you really are, and you allow them to show you who they really are. And they're going to love that you don't wear a mask, and that you say exactly what you mean, and you mean exactly what you say, or that you possibly even read their mind. Like, hey, you look a little depressed today. What's going on? You know, they don't have to wear a mask around you and act like they're happy. They can be sad in front of you, you know, and they're not going to feel like, oh my God, you are unmasking me. I don't want to talk about me being sad. Or do you know what I mean? They're going to feel like, they're going to love that you give them reality checks sometimes. Another thing that I'm also picking up here, because I pulled another card, or like a couple of more cards. You know, we have here, you're meeting someone new, but I was asking, what is that abundant energy? So you're going to meet a lot of new people. I'm telling you, this big change is about you meeting a lot of new people, but it also says this person's meant to stay in your life. So you're going to meet a lot of people that are meant to stay in your life. Maybe you've met a lot of people before, but they were acquaintances, or like short-term connections. There's something about like this big change that is coming to you. So you're going to be surrounded by a lot of long-term connections, long-term friendships, long-term relationships, or something about you're going to meet a lot of people that are meant to stay in your life. Whereas before, you met a lot of people that were only there for a season, but not for long-term. So in the past, you had a lot of short-term soulmates. You had a lot of short-term soulmates is what I'm picking up here, or you were supposed to walk a short path with a lot of people. But this big change that is coming to you is that you're going to meet a lot of long-term connections, or a lot of people that are actually meant to stay in your life is what I'm picking up here. I'm also picking up, I'm hearing popular, I want to be popular, or something like that, like the movie The Wicked Witch of the West. You know what I mean? Like with Ariana, and like the new one that just came out. I'm being brought to that energy because I'm hearing you're about to become popular, pile number 3. So it's kind of like you're going to have so many people around you because you're going to become popular. But I'm hearing this big changes could be that you're going to become popular, period. Maybe you were not popular before. What I'm trying to say is, this big change that is coming to you is that you're going to be loved and appreciated and respected for the right reasons, or you're going to have a lot of people around you that are there. It's kind of like you're going to become, I'm also hearing you're going to become popular for the right reasons. Maybe you became popular for the wrong reasons is what I'm picking up here. Kind of like where people were around you, but for the wrong reasons. And you were kind of popular because people knew you or people were around you, but it was for the wrong reasons. And now you're becoming popular for the right reason is what I'm picking up here. Meaning that these people truly love you, and they don't just love what you can do for them, but they love you as a person. And that's why you're actually going to become popular is what I'm picking up here. Okay, does that make sense? Like a lot of people are going to know about you. If you have a social media following, you are about to, because I'm picking up here for some of you guys, if you have a social media following or you do something online, you could be still underground, or you could be still like unknown or underground, or like you could become a little mainstream is what I'm picking up here. So this big change could be that you are about to become mainstream, or you are about to become like popular, whereas before you were like low-key, or you were, how do you call it, you were not well known is what I'm trying to say. Like you were maybe like an underground artist, or like a person online that people knew about, and people already felt that you are about to blow up, or you are about to be in the spotlight at some point, you know, but in case you are online or you do something online. So I feel like I'm being brought to like an underground artist that becomes mainstream, who's online and who has a following, but it's not that big. And then you are about to become like super big, like so many new followers. Like I'm picking up here this big change that is coming to you. So you're going to have, there's a lot of new followers coming to you. There's a lot of new subscribers, a lot of new clients coming to you. And the catch is these are long-term subscribers, long-term followers that are about to come to you, or like long-term steady customers. I feel like you attracted fair weather customers, fair weather subscribers, fair weather business partners, where it never lasted long, or they were never there for the long run. Okay, but you're gonna, again, if you are doing something online, you are about to get like a lot of new steady customers. These customers are gonna be with you for a long time, or these friends are gonna be with you for a long time, long-term business partners. Okay, these people are meant to stay in your life. I do feel like this big change that is coming to you is that you are literally meeting your soul tribe, but I feel like you have a huge soul tribe, or you have a big soul tribe, or you have a bigger soul tribe than maybe other people is what I'm picking up here. Okay, you could have a bigger soul tribe than other people, or you could have like a bigger soul tribe than other people, because maybe your soul tribe is worldwide. Do you know what I mean? So you could have like a bigger soul tribe than other people, or you could have like you're supposed to be known by a lot of people, or you're supposed to know a lot of people. You're supposed to be part of like a big group or a big community, or again, like a bigger friend circle. It doesn't even have to be like online. It could just be like you're going to have a big friend circle, or you're going to become popular in a school, or at a dancing class, or at a yoga class, or something like that. But again, it's like for the right reasons, like because you kind of like heal people that want to be seen. You see people that want to be seen. You hear what people want to talk about, but they feel like they cannot talk about. So instead of you being around people that want to hide stuff, you're going to be around people that want to be seen, and they want to be found, and they want to be heard. They don't want to wear a mask anymore. Okay, I feel like that's why you're going to become popular, because you're going to kind of like give the people that want to be seen, and they want to be heard, and they don't want to wear a mask anymore. You're going to be like a safe haven for them. Whereas before you were a trigger to people that tried to mask who they are, and they were trying to like paint a picture that is not real, or they were trying to live in an illusion that was not real. Do you see where I'm coming from? So instead of being a trigger, you're going to become a safe haven. Instead of being a trigger for people, you're going to become a safe haven for these new people that are about to come into your life. That's what I'm picking up here, pile number 3. Okay, like there's a lot of new people coming into your life. So you're going to meet multiple soulmates, multiple business partners, and again, a lot of them are supposed to stay in your life for a very long time, or possibly even forever, like growing old with them or whatever. Okay, that's what I'm picking up here very, very strongly. Okay, so there's like an abundant amount of new people coming into your life, an abundant amount of new customers that are going to stay with you for a long time, an abundant amount of subscribers, followers, business partners, is what I'm picking up here, like a big community, being part of a big community, leading a big community, okay, or following a big community. There's something like that going on here. Okay, that's this big change that is about to come to you. Yeah, you're going to spend a lot of time in bigger circles, kind of like you're going to be outside with like 5 other people, 10 other people, 20 other people, or whatever, okay, is what I'm picking up here. Because that's your destiny. And again, you're going to be a safe haven. These are all people that feel like they don't wear a mask anymore. They feel burdened by masking their feelings and their thoughts and like their emotions. Okay. It's like I feel like they're just like you. These people are just like you, but I feel like they might be a little scared sometimes to say something, kind of like where they still maybe are wearing a little bit of a mask, but when they meet you, they're going to take their mask off completely because they're going to feel like it's safe to be themselves and they don't have to wear a mask. They're going to realize, like, when I'm with pile number 3, I don't have to wear a mask, and I realize like how good it feels to be my authentic self. But they were also around people who wore a mask, and so they felt depressed about also having to wear a mask in front of these other people. So they're going to realize, like, I feel like the reason why you're going to become popular is because you heal people. Okay, or you have such a healing energy to people, especially when it comes to feeling the burden of wearing a mask or unspoken thoughts, unspoken feelings. That's what I'm being brought to, okay? So you're gonna be surrounded by a lot of people where you feel like, oh my God, I love their personality. Kind of like where I feel like you're going to be surrounded by a lot of people where you feel like, I want to be like them. Kind of like inspiration, where you're going to feel like, oh my God, I fell in love with this person's character trait, and I also want to embody that a little, you know, instead of, because I feel like you were around people in the past and you were like, oh God, I don't want to become like that. Oh God, I don't want to have that character trait. Oh God, like, I don't want to be like that. Kind of like where you saw people and you were like, nah, that's not who I... Kind of like you saw people and said, this is not who I want to be. And the change is that you're going to meet a lot of people where you're going to be like, that this is who I want to be as well, or I want to be like them. Okay, and I feel like it's also going to build your character, or it's going to build your identity, because you're going to be like, oh my God, like, I love that character trait about them. I love what they do. I love how they do it. And you're going to get inspiration from it. And that could also be a reason why some type of self-identity crisis is never going to happen again, or is coming to an end, because you're finally like in the right community that inspires you so much that it's easy for you to like find yourself or see your reflection in these people, or that you even feel like you are excited about like developing a new character, or developing a new character trait, or just kind of like putting puzzle pieces together as of like, okay, I like this person and like how calm they are, and this person I like how inspiring they are, and I like this about them and I like that about them. And then you put all of that energy together and it kind of like creates or shows you who you want to be. And that could be the reason why there's no more self-crisis or self-identity crisis, because you are around the right people that inspire kind of like you remembering who you want to become or who you want to be, okay? Or who you were is what I'm picking up here. One more thing that I'm also picking up here is that your birthdays are going to look, there's a big change when it comes to how what your birthdays look like. Is what I'm picking up here. I don't know, because we have the gift card here as well, because I'm also seeing you receiving a lot of gifts, but it is also telling me like you're also kind of like inviting a lot of people to your birthday party, which is the reason why there's a huge amount of gifts, is what I'm picking up here. And again, these are all people that love you, okay? Or these are all people that love you for the right reasons. These are all people that know you. I'm even picking up here the gifts that you are receiving are going to change as well. Maybe you had people around you that didn't really know you, so they gave you gifts that didn't really show who you are, kind of like where you received a gift and you felt like, if this person really knew me, they wouldn't buy me such a gift, because that gift doesn't really represent me, or I'm not really, do you know what I mean? It's kind of like where someone gives you like a necklace, and that necklace has nothing to do with your personality, and you're like, why did you buy that necklace from me? That necklace doesn't... This is like, if you knew me, you would never buy me gold chain or like a gold chain, because I like silver. But these people are going to know that you like silver, and they're going to buy something in silver instead of gold. Do you know what I mean? I'm even picking up something about like birthday gifts, or the way you feel about your birthday could be changing as well. Maybe it was like a sad situation in the past, and I feel like the big change could be that you're going to actually be excited about attending birthdays, because you don't have to wear a mask at those birthday gatherings with these new people because they don't wear a mask as well. You're going to be like, oh my God, I'm free to be myself. I'm excited to go to this birthday, instead of feeling like, oh my God, I don't want to go to this birthday because then I have to mask who I am and I have to act and pretend that I'm this even though I'm not, but they only like me a certain way, or I can only talk about certain things, or I can only wear certain things, or I can only listen to certain music around them. That's what I'm picking up here. Okay, you're going to be like, oh my God, I'm so excited to go to their birthday, because like it's going to feel natural to you, like natural interactions, like natural conversations, not forced conversations or conversations that are like awkward. It's like natural conversations, and you're going to be excited, or you're going to be excited about your own birthday, which maybe in the past you were like, oh God, I fucking hate birthdays, because you don't associate good things with your birthday. But I feel like a big change could be that you're going to actually really love celebrating your birthday and other people's birthday, or attending birthdays is what I'm picking up here, because you are around people that also don't wear a mask. Okay. I'm even picking up, you could also be surrounded by a lot of people that are neurodivergent, because I've recently seen like shorts on Instagram where neurodivergent people talk about how they don't understand the dating game because they're like themselves from the get-go, like they're themselves from the beginning and they say exactly how they feel. But you know, like it's normal to wear a mask on like when you date people, and not show yourself immediately, and not text twice or three times to kind of like come across mysterious, where it's all like an act and all like a game. And that neurodivergent people don't understand that acting, and that like trying to act mysterious and not double texting and not saying that you like someone, or not giving too many compliments, or they're going to think that you like them more than they like you. Or like someone talked about how they don't understand it because as an autistic person or as a neurodivergent person, they say what they mean and they mean what they say, and they get confused about like all these games and all these smoke and mirrors, like don't text twice, and like don't act like you're too interested, and like getting to know someone or seeing who someone really is after a couple of months and not immediately. They were like, they said that like dating is a nightmare because of that. So I feel like this could also have something to do with like this big change where you're gonna again be around other people that are neurodivergent, that act just like you, or they also are confused about the whole masking, or they're also confused about societal norms, that they don't understand those social cues, like, oh, you have to lie now, and you're like, why do I have to lie? But it's like a normal thing to lie. It's like a social reading the room, or social cues, or a societal norm to not say or read between the lines, or to say something to fluff things up, or to beat around the bush, where it's like normal. But I feel like you didn't really understand all of that. Like you were like, I'm confused about all of this. Again, possibly because you are neurodivergent. So you're going to be around people that also don't fluff things up. They don't beat around the bush. They say things straight into your face. And you're going to be like, oh, finally, like no guessing games no more. Okay.
So yeah, there's like a lot of, let me actually see what this abundance energy here is about. Okay. I also feel like another big change could also be that you're going to meet a lot of new people, or like there's going to be a lot of people around you, a lot more than are around you right now. You could have been my pal on Patreon in case maybe you want to watch it, but you don't have to. On Patreon, I talked about, I think it was one time I talked about this in a Future Spouse Pick a Card reading, and another time I talked about this in a message from your spirit guides. Pick a card reading on Patreon. I talked about someone getting prepared to become an extrovert, where you were in your introverted energy, and then you have to prepare yourself to experience an extroverted lifestyle. But that extroverted lifestyle could come to you through a relationship or a friendship, or kind of like you changing your job or you changing your home, because you're gonna attract a lot of attention to you. Okay, so if you want to know more about that, go on Patreon. It's like the reading A Message from Your Spirit Guides, and it's pile number 1. Okay, where I talked about like a lot of attention coming towards you, or a lot of people like having an eye on you and stuff like that. Okay, so yeah, it could get this big change could be that you are going to be surrounded by a lot more people than you already are, or maybe again you're not surrounded by a lot of people at all. You're going to be surrounded by a lot of people is what I'm picking up here, like an abundance of people, or like an abundance of like new people are coming into your life. I feel like you might be even meeting 3 soulmates like in a row or in 1 month. So I feel like a lot of changes are gonna come to you through new people coming into your life, is what I'm picking up here. Okay, a lot of changes are gonna come to you through a lot of new people coming into your life. So you're gonna have like a lot of new phone numbers in your phone. You're gonna have a lot of like new birthday gatherings that you're gonna attend because you are meeting a lot of new people, or you're making a lot of new friends, or like a lot of new, you're meeting a lot of new people where you can make business with them or something like that. Or yeah, because I was asking what is this great fortune energy about, and it says a meeting with a stranger could be important. So you're gonna meet a lot of strangers, is what I'm picking up here, and a lot of them could be soulmates. So you're meeting a lot of new people. You could like literally end up in like a whole new friend group, is what I'm picking up here, or you could end up in a whole new community. You could be, yeah, ending up in a new community or in a new friend group, in a new family, become part of someone else's family, and like maybe their family is big. You're gonna feel like your life is expanding because of so many people that you meet. You're gonna meet a lot of new people. I'm not just talking about 2 or 3. You're probably gonna meet like, I don't know, 2 new people each month or whatever. Okay, is what I'm picking up here. There could also be a lot of changes in your 5th house, which is the house of romance. So there could even be an energy where you're going to go on a lot of dates, or you're going to have a lot of people that are interested in you romantically. Okay, I'm hearing because you have your spark back. Okay, I'm hearing you used to have a spark that was like magnetic to men or women, and someone took that spark away from you, or maybe that spark was dying because you were not, I'm hearing that spark was kind of like a little bit dying down, but it was because you were not enjoying life anymore. And so that spark that was inside of you was like dying down, but that spark is coming again. Okay, because you're no longer people pleasing, you're pleasing yourself, and therefore that spark is coming back. Okay, and you could be like super attractive to a lot of men or a lot of women. So yeah, there could be a lot of men or a lot of women approaching you. You could be going on a lot of dates very soon, or something like that. Okay, we also have the card here, tough and trying times. It says tough times ahead, think long term and make decisions accordingly, avoid negative people at all costs. Yeah, I feel like you had a lot of negative Nancy's and a lot of naysayers around you. That's changing. You're going to be surrounded by, I'm not saying these people are like positive all the time, okay? They also have their good and their bad days. Can I be honest, you could have been around either people that were like negative Nancy's, or people that are toxic, like they embrace toxic positivity, kind of like positive, and I don't want to look at anything negative. I don't want to look at it. Like toxic positivity. Yeah, you're gonna be surrounded by people that are balanced, like they're balanced between like okay, you know, I'm positive, but I'm also honest with myself about like the shit that doesn't go well, you know, or I don't know, you know, that's what I'm picking up here. You're going to be surrounded by a lot of people that are self-reflecting, that want to have deep conversations with you. They want to figure things out with you. They don't just want to pretend to have it figured out. They want to figure it out with you. They don't just want to pretend to be happy for you. They literally are. So like, I feel like a lot of pretending energy. Yeah, I feel like this biggest change that is coming to you is like, you are experiencing everything in its true form, in its true authentic form, because you experienced a lot in its fake form, and like fake peace, fake harmony, fake family, I don't know, fake support, fake understanding, meaning like they pretend to understand you but they actually don't. You are experiencing a lot of real things, like real people, real stories. Maybe you had even people that told you fake stories, you know what I mean? Like experiencing real friendship and real stories, and like people that are real. You're gonna have a lot of people around you that are real. That's what I'm picking up here, because you are real yourself. So you are a magnet to other people who are real, and then you're going to be surrounded by real people, and you will never ever have to pretend ever again. How beautiful. You will never ever have to wear a fucking mask again. Okay, these are people that fall in love with your true face. That's what I just heard. Okay, may that be platonic, romantic, or business. pile number 3, if you have a business, your spirit guides want you to know if you maybe lost followers or you lost people that maybe you lost, okay, if you have a business, just for my business people, okay, but it could also apply, like it might still apply to you even though you don't have a business. But listen, pile number 3, if you have a business and you felt like, oh man, like I'm losing clients, I'm losing customers and stuff like that, it is because when you started your business, you were still in that people-pleasing energy. So you were still acting and walking and talking, not 100% as your authentic self. You were still you, but there were parts of you that were not fully authentic. You know, you were still trying to please the audience. You were still trying to please the customer, but not be honest. You were still, I feel like you were still developing, like, who am I really, like when the lights are off, or who am I really when no one is watching. So now that you are showing who you really are when no one is watching, and like all of these fake things, like things that you believed about yourself that were not true, or things that you thought made you happy but they actually didn't, and like things that you thought you believed in but you actually don't, all of that is falling away, and you are now attracting like your real people. So even in business when it comes to like, maybe you were selling a product and people liked it, but you didn't feel good about selling the product, or you didn't feel like the product really is you 100%, like there was some type of like disconnect between you and the product that you provide to people. They may have liked it, but then you changed it, and then maybe less people liked the product that you were selling, you know, but now the real people can find you. So your spirit guides want you to know the reason why you maybe lost clients, or you lost subscribers, or you lost like people that were supporting your business. It is because when you started, you were still in an inauthentic energy yourself. Again, not on purpose, but you were just like adapting to your environment. Like everybody was fake, everybody was wearing a mask, everybody was like holding back with the truth. So you were adapting to you also doing that, and then you realized, wait a minute, I don't want to. Is that adult life? Does being an adult mean lying? Does being an adult mean masking and pretending and like, I don't know, like, does that mean being an adult? Because I feel like if you think about it, children, they say out loud what they think, right? Like, oh man, I'm even being brought to like this one video where a lady is asking her daughter, did you like the party today? Or did you like the day today? Or was it fun at this birthday? And then the girl was like nodding her head, but she looked a little sad. And then the mom is asking her, what was the best part of today? And then she says, leaving. And it's so honest. This is such an honest, beautiful moment where this child is just saying, like, I was the happiest when I left. But as an adult, you cannot say that, like, oh my God, you cannot say that. Do you know what I mean? I feel like you have been realizing, like, this, like, being an adult is fake, or like this masking to having it figured out is like, all of that is fake. I feel like you really have been feeling like you live in a fake world, or you are in a fake environment, like a true man, like Jim Carrey in the Truman Show. Okay, and again, you were adapting though. You were adapting, like this was your environment, this was like where you were, so you were adapting, and then you realized, like, what the hell is actually going on here? But in the midst of you like finding your true self and speaking your truth, you maybe lost clients and customers that still are in that fake world, in that illusional fake bubble, you know. So now you are attracting your real people. Okay, so if you lost subscribers or clients, don't worry about it. This is like also sorting out. You could have even had hate watches where they liked your product but they didn't like you. So they were still buying your product but they didn't like you. Know what I mean? And now you have people that like you and they also like your product. Okay, I just wanted you to hear that if you do have a business and maybe you felt like it's not easy for you to attract like clientele or new customers or something like that, your spirit guides are explaining to me you had to develop your true authentic self, or kind of like where a new version of you was being born, and it had to develop until people can see like who you really are. And now they see who you really are because the new version of you has fully developed. Yeah, that's what I'm picking up here. There's something about the new version of you has fully developed, and now people can see you for who you are and either say, ooh, I like it, or ooh, I do not like it. Okay, and that could be the reason why new clientele or new customers or new subscribers didn't manifest yet, because you would have manifested subscribers or customers that were not your tribe, because you were still in the development stage of like, who am I? Am I this? No, I'm not. Am I this? Yes, I think that's me. And then, oh, I think that's not me. I think this is me, you know? Like, that's what I'm picking up here. I don't even know how to explain it. You guys probably know what I mean. It's like this, I feel like I'm changing, but I don't know what is changing within me. Like, I still have to like put my finger on it. I still have not yet found the words to describe that change that is happening within me. But now you can describe the change that is happening within you. And now you can speak about it, and now the real people can find you, like the clientele that is meant for you, the subscribers that are meant for you, the business partner that is meant for you. But you were in the development stage where, in that development stage, if you would have attracted somebody, they would have been like a reflection of your development and not the finished product, or not the fully developed version of you, if that makes sense. Okay, I feel like you have fully developed a new version of you, is what I'm picking up here, and it's going to show now, because you had to develop first, and now it's going to show in the people that you meet most of all. Okay, but also like your clients or the people that are going to hire you. You're going to feel like, wow, I have a different clientele, I have a different audience, and I actually love this new audience a lot more than my old audience that I was grieving because I maybe lost them. I don't, you know, like, that's what I'm picking up here. So yeah, I feel like tough and trying times are coming to an end, where you are celebrating a lot of victory, a lot of success. Okay, as well as, again, a big change is that you're not going to have so many haters around you, and even if you do, the haters are going to be equal to the people that love you. Before that, you had more haters than people that love you. You had more haters around you, or you had more enemies or frenemies around you than lovers, or like friends, or like people that really vibe with you, you know? So now it's getting like balanced out, is what I'm picking up here. Okay, yeah, you had a lot of people around you that were frustrated with you, that were behaving stupidly. Can I even be honest? I even feel like maybe this big change that is coming to you is people that are, you're going to attract a lot of emotionally intelligent people, which comes with self-reflecting, right? Which comes with checking yourself before you hurt somebody, or like, maybe, for example, you have a friend, and that friend says to you, pile number 3, I love you, but I feel like I got really fucking triggered right now, and can we talk about this? Instead of like acting like they didn't get triggered, and then they grow like jealousy within them for you because they got triggered and they don't ever tell you. You're gonna have conversations like that, like, damn, I got triggered, like, what the fuck happened? Or why do you think I always attract mean girls? Do you think, like, I don't know, maybe they see something in me, or maybe they, do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, the conversations that you're gonna have are gonna change. You're gonna feel like, I feel like you're gonna feel like you are lovable the way you are, and you're never gonna feel like, I feel like this big change is that you're not gonna feel like you need to change in order to be liked. Okay, because you could have done this a lot, like always changing to be liked, and so it never felt like your personality is consistent or solid. That's what I'm picking up here. Okay, we also have the card here, intuition. It says, trust your intuition. It's a great time to learn a new skill, change careers, or invest money. For some of you guys, there's going to be a big change when it comes to you changing your career. Yeah, we talked about this, right? Like a different audience, or changing your career. And you're going to realize that that career is a lot better for you, because the other career also was part of you. But this was the you that you were when you we're still figuring out who you are, if that makes sense. Okay, your spirit guides also want you to know this big change is probably going to come to you in June, or a lot of big changes are probably going to come to you in June. Okay, so June is going to be a month for you where you maybe are meeting a lot of people. Maybe there's a lot of abundance coming to you in this month. Maybe you're going to, yeah, meet a lot of people from your soul tribe, or a lot of supporters, a lot of people that love your work, or that love you, or that love just your energy or your essence. Okay, we also have the card here, property, and it says a property purchase or sale for many, but heat security concerns in any transactions. So there could even be an energy where a big change could be that you're going to own a property, or you're going to manifest owning a property. For some reason, I also heard something about a name, like a name change, or maybe you recently changed your name, or even feeling like you now know what your name is, like especially if you have a business, or especially if you do something online where you maybe like changed your name a lot because you were going through a lot of changes, and so your name always changed, and the people that watched you always changed, and or your friend circle always changed, because like there was a friend circle for every version of you, but you are solid now. I feel like this big change is like you having a solid friend circle, or you feeling like you are solid in your personality, and there's not so many, the big change is not so many big changes about your personality. Like, I found who I am. I'm hearing, you know what I'm hearing? You could be turning 30, or you could be close to becoming 30 for some of you guys, okay? Because I'm hearing your 20s are about like discovering, the 20s are about like finding yourself over and over again. You kind of like lose yourself in your 20s, and then you find yourself again, and then you lose yourself again, and then you find yourself again, and then you lose yourself again, and then you find yourself again, right? But your 30s are kind of like, okay, I know who I am, and now I chill. Like, a lot of people, when I talk to people, or I've heard this a lot, that a lot of people say like, you're so insecure about who you are or who you want to be in your 20s, but come your 30s and 40s, you don't give a fuck anymore how people perceive you. You don't care so much anymore, like if people like you or not, and you're very solid in who you are. There's not so many like existential questions or like identity crises anymore, because you went through it all, and then you figured out where you liked it the most, or what stage of your life you liked the most. So it's kind of like a solid, you're gonna feel like you found like your ground when it comes to your personality, your style. And so now you can also attract steady customers, because they're going to reflect that steady energy that you feel, right? That steady energy that you feel, that can then be reflected to you. Okay, so yeah, there's a lot of big changes coming to you in June is what I'm picking up here. Yeah, I'm also hearing something about maybe there's going to be a lot of things in your name. I'm also hearing for some of you guys, maybe you have done things a lot in other people's name. Like maybe a lot of people like did stuff for you, or like, how can I explain that? Kind of like where you didn't sign with your own signature, or where you, just an example, you live with someone and the contract for the apartment is under their name. So you live in this apartment, but this apartment is not in your name. That contract is not in your name. And I think this could also be a big change, where you're finally going to have the means or the finances to sign something with your own name, or like own a property or own something in your own name, instead of like owning something under the name of another person. Yeah, that's what I'm picking up here as well. I'm also hearing you're gonna make a name for yourself. Okay, like this big change could be like making a name for yourself, or owning a lot of things in your name that you didn't own before. Because I feel like this was also a reflection of like you not owning things like in your name, was also a reflection of how you allowed other people to push you into doing things that you didn't want to do. Kind of like where you had free will, but you allowed other people to dominate your free will. And so it also showed in like you not signing stuff with your name, or you not owning something in your name. It's like owning something in another person's name, if you know what I mean. Or owning something, but it's not really yours. It's like also somebody else's, but it's because you allow this person to kind of like tell you what you want, and like just force their will upon you. Yeah, that's what I'm hearing, the way they forced their will upon you. So it felt like you had nothing to your name, because they were signing everything, or they were making all of the decisions. So it never felt like I made the decision here, and that's why my name is on it, you know, and that's why I own this, and that's why this is my property, you know. Yeah, that's what I'm picking up here. I'm even hearing this could be love. For some reason, I just felt like a love energy, where maybe someone claimed you, but you never claimed them. But this time around, like you're going to claim someone. Like, this is who I'm meant to be with. And his heart has my name on it, or her heart has my name on it. And now I feel like I made a decision here. I made the decision here. I claimed something instead of being claimed, and like just accepting that somebody claimed me. I hope you know what I mean. Maybe I'm supposed to speak a little bit ambiguous, because sometimes when I speak like that, I'm like, I don't know, like I want to be a lot more clear, but we have the Seven of Cups, and the Seven of Cups is confusing energy. So, you know, maybe it's supposed to be this way, but yeah, there's a lot of like changes coming to you. I feel like most importantly, it's like you're gonna meet a lot of different people from different walks of life, but they're all gonna be soulmates, okay? Or like a lot of them are gonna be soulmates is what I'm picking up here, okay? Yeah, lots and lots of people are gonna be around you. This is like the biggest change, like how many people are around you, like your friend circle is expanding, your business partners is expanding, your, how do you call it, like the people that you maybe call family is expanding. We also have the card here, time, which is interesting because I'm hearing a different time zone. First of all, I heard a timeline shift, but I don't really like that word, so I don't want to use it. And then my spirit guides were bringing me to, you know how when you, for example, go to Australia, and Australia is like 10 hours ahead, or you go to, I don't know, London, and London is like, I don't know, 3 hours ahead. Like I'm being brought to a different time zone. Okay, so this big change that is coming your way could have something to do with you being in a different time zone, and I feel like it could be literally, you could be spending a lot of time in a different country is what I'm picking up here, and the time zone is going to be different, so you're going to be in a different time zone a lot as a big change, okay, is what I'm picking up here. Yeah, you could be in a different time zone a lot is what I'm picking up here, or you could be experiencing different time zones because you might be traveling a lot, and so you are experiencing different time zones is what I'm picking up here. Okay, yeah, I'm also hearing something about like where I feel like this big change that is coming to you is that your whole week is gonna look different. Like your morning is gonna look different, your evening is gonna look different. I'm telling you, it's like so many changes at once, not just like your morning looking different. No, I'm hearing your morning is going to look different, your evening is going to look different, your weekends are going to look different. There's something about the timeline is shifting. You know, for example, if you always went to the gym in the evening, you're going to go to the gym in the morning. If you always met your friends like in the weekend, on the weekend you're going to meet your friends like Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, because that's the way that they work. Or those new friends, maybe they are like entrepreneurs, so they have more time during the week instead of the weekend. Like something like that is what I'm picking up here. Another thing, I don't know if you watch, or I don't know if you know about this, but I've seen a lot of videos on Instagram that talked about how we live out of sync with the energy of the universe, right? Because, for example, we celebrate New Year's Eve in December, even though the real new beginning actually is springtime, right? Also, I recently found out that the word September, or like September, stems from the word sept, and sept actually means 7. And you know, kind of like we're even the way that we kind of like when we're supposed to have 13 months. I hope if I can find those videos, I'm gonna just put them in here. But I saw like a girl talking about like how we live out of sync with the rhythm of nature, where if we would be in sync with the rhythm of nature, we would call the new year, or we would say the new year begins in March, right? Where if the nature starts to blossom and bloom again, and new crops and new leaves are blossoming and blooming, shouldn't spring be new year? Why do we have new year in winter? That don't make no sense, right? So we are out of sync with nature. And then again, also the word September is actually stems from the word septo or sept, and sept actually means, even in French, sept means 7, but September is the 9th month. But why is it called September? It's supposed to be the 7th month. So it's kind of like everything is like upside down and stuff like that when it comes to our calendar. Like our calendar is not in sync with the universe, okay? So we are literally out of sync when it comes to the timeline of the universe. Like, and I feel like you are shifting into being in sync with the universe and the timeline of the universe and the timeline of nature, instead of being in sync with the timeline of the matrix, or being in the timeline with the Gregorian calendar. Like you're not going to be in sync with the Gregorian calendar anymore. You're going to be in sync with like nature. You're going to be in sync with the universe and the timeline of the universe, possibly even more in sync with the astrological transits and stuff like that, okay? Yeah, that's what I'm being brought to, okay? Again, if I can find those videos, I'm going to link them down in the description box, or I'm going to talk about it a little bit more. But there's also something about you're going to be, it's almost as if you are exiting the matrix, because the matrix is this fake world, right? I'm not saying everything about the matrix is like bad, you know, I don't believe that, but yeah, I'm being brought to like how you're gonna be like in sync with the moon, and you're gonna be in sync, like your period gonna be in sync, your period is in sync with maybe your manifestations are gonna be in sync with the season, you know, like something like that is what I'm picking up here. You're really gonna feel like you are in sync with the universe. You're not, maybe you're even gonna lose your fear of time, or you're gonna lose your fear of meeting a deadline. You're gonna lose your fear of like how old you are, because you're gonna like sway and like dance with the time of the universe, with the rhythm of the universe, instead of stressing about like the Gregorian calendar. And like, do you know what I mean? Like internally, your soul is gonna feel like, okay, it's March and now the new year begins, you know? Yeah, that's what I'm being brought to. It's like you're gonna be so in sync with the rhythm of the universe that you're gonna feel like, oh, I enjoy life and I enjoy myself and I don't stress about time, you know? Or you're gonna not allow yourself to be stressed so much about time, because you're gonna flow with the universe. Yeah, you're gonna be like in sync with divine timing instead of being under stress because of man-made time. The Gregorian calendar is what I'm picking up here, okay? Yeah, something like that is what I'm picking up here. I'm even hearing you're going to see how you were not too late. You were too late for the Gregorian calendar, or you were too late when it comes to the matrix, but you were totally in sync with the timing of the universe. I'm even being brought to late bloomers, where you felt like, I'm a late bloomer. I was supposed to bloom in December, but the real blooming time is March. But you think, bitch, it's December. The calendar says I need to bloom. And your spirit gets like, but that calendar is fake as fuck. And it's not even in sync with the solar system, not in sync with the, you know, like, yeah, because I also saw another video that said we were supposed to actually have 13 months. So everything is out of sync. Like everything is out of sync when it comes to how many months we have, and like when we celebrate New Year's, and like moon cycles and sun cycles, how they're not incorporated in our like system, even though they should be, or they have to, you know. That's what I'm picking up here, pile number 3, okay? Let's see. Yeah, I'm being brought to like a person who thinks they are a late bloomer, but then you're going to realize you were blooming exactly when you were supposed to bloom. Maybe you were a late bloomer according to the Gregorian calendar. Maybe you were a late bloomer according to the matrix. But when it comes to the magic of the universe, you were totally in sync. You were so in sync. You bloomed at the perfect time. Something about you're going to experience a lot of divine timing moments instead of like feeling like you're too late for something here. Yeah. You might even have a spiritual experience when it comes to time, or you might even have like a spirit. I feel like you're going to experience a spiritual awakening when it comes to time, which is going to take your fear away of aging, which is going to take your fear away of like when you are achieving something. It's going to take your fear away of like, oh my god, am I going to have a baby before 30? Just an example. There's something about you're going to lose all of that fear, that pressure of fake time is going to fall off, and you're going to be in sync with the true timeline of the universe and nature and spirit. Yeah, that's what I'm picking up here. Okay, let's see. What big change is coming to pile number 3? One more card. See, we have happiness here. Okay, so you're gonna be very happy. Like this big change is like, I'm also hearing again, you're gonna have a lot of people that are happy for you instead of being salty. That's the biggest change. You're gonna have a lot of people around you that are genuinely happy for you. You don't have to fear an evil eye. You don't have to fear them becoming an enemy. Even if you would at some point part ways with these people, they would never hate on you. They would never wish on your downfall. They would never hate watch you. Never. They would never do that. That is lovely. Again, a lot of changes could also happen in your 5th house. May that be Vedic astrology or Western, depending on what you're into. okay, or what you feel drawn to. But the fifth house is about romance, it's about pleasure, it's about creativity, okay. Maybe even the way that you express your creativity is going to be a little bit different because you're no longer under the pressure of like making art that people like. So if you start doing art that you like, or you're going to start doing art that is from your soul, again, it's going to attract a different audience instead of like doing art that you think is pretty or aesthetically pleasing. See what I'm saying? Okay. Yeah. What big changes coming to pile number 3? We also have here news of a birth or a new business opportunity. So there could be a lot of business opportunities coming to you. We also have October. So you're going to experience a big change in June, and you're going to experience a big change in October, okay? Or that's the months where you're going to meet a lot of new people. You're going to make a lot of new friends around that time. You're going to defeat your enemies and people that were working against you. Like June and October are the months where you defeat people that were working against you, where you come out of like some energy where people were like wishing for your downfall. You're literally defeating enemies and like haters in June and in October. Okay. Can you clarify the Great Fortune? One more card here. Yeah. We also have the card here, Dolphin. Yeah, it's a lot more playful. Like this big change is that you're going to have people around you that are playful, not so serious all the fucking time. Okay, it says financial gain, usually coming from something you did in the past. That's interesting. That is so interesting. So a lot of things that you did in the past, okay, are probably going to manifest or come back to you around June and October. It says financial gain, usually coming from something you did in the past. So you already did something in the past, but the financial gain coming to you for what you did in the past is probably going to be June and October. June and October, or June or October. Okay, so you're also going to experience a lot of financial gain. Okay. It's kind of like all your hard work is going to pay off, is what I'm picking up here. Yeah, something about a lot of financial gain is going to come to you. So probably a lot of money. There could even be an energy where you're going to experience a lot more money than you're used to. So a big change could also be like a lot more money on your bank account. I'm going to be honest, okay? Or better paying jobs coming to you. Job offers with money that you've never seen before. It doesn't have to be so much more, but it could be like a lot more so that you can upgrade to a better car or a better whatever phone or a better whatever, you know. What big changes coming to pile number 3? We have the devil here. Yeah. What is this big change? Judgment. Oh wow, yeah. This big change is about you being surrounded by people that don't have no time judging other people because they're focused on their own creativity, their own individual path. You have been surrounded by people that were judging people left, right, and center. You have been surrounded by some very judgmental mother effers, and I feel like it kind of like didn't allow your creativity to fully blossom and bloom. But these new people that are coming into your life, they're going to like fire you up. Like they're gonna put even more energy into you blossoming or into you exploring your creativity. Like I'm seeing your creativity expanding, like your imagination. I'm hearing a whole lot of imagination. Your whole SpongeBob says like a whole lot of imagination. You're gonna be in that energy. Like your mind is gonna explode with creative ideas and like so much imagination is what I'm picking up here. Okay. But yeah, overall, look at that energy here. You're not going to be worried about haters anymore because they're not around you. They might be still hating, but they're no longer around you. Okay. Yeah, you're going to be surrounded by people that are playful. But again, not toxic positive. They're playful, but they also have their bad days. They talk about how they fuck up. They're going to do shadow work with you. They're going to talk about their triggers. They're going to tell you like how they really feel. They're not going to smile in your face and think something else. They're going to tell you how they feel in that moment. And you're gonna be like, thank you. No guessing game. No like, oh my god, did I hurt this person? And I don't know, you know. Let's see, what big change is coming to pile number 3? Anything else? Wow, we have a divine masculine. party people. Didn't I tell you might attract like a lot more men or women to you? It says the frequency of the divine masculine supports our active, focused, and strong side, facilitating our capacity to transform our dreams into form. Okay, so a lot of your dreams are coming into form. Is a big change because yeah, they could have been, I feel like a lot of your dreams or like desires were like stuck in the spirit realm. But I'm also hearing they were stuck in the spirit realm to be protected from the haters that you had around you. And you were still developing, so your dreams were also still developing. Do you know what I mean? Like your dreams and desires were also still developing in the spirit realm as you were developing, but you are now fully developed, or your new self is fully developed. So now your new desires can also manifest because you are clear about that you want it. You were not fully clear whether or not you wanted certain things, so it couldn't manifest. Okay. Because it was like a wishy-washy energy is what I'm picking up here. Now, fathers of you, the divine masculine, there could also be a very special man coming into your life as a big change. I'm just saying. That could be the energy of like where I said, I'm going to catch you when you fall. So yeah, you could also be realizing that you are attracting a lot of men that are like spiritual, emotionally intelligent, not even just romantically, but even just like men that I feel like you're going to see a lot of good men in the world. May that be at work, may that be at, do you know what I mean? Like where you see like, oh, that man is a good man. Oh, that man also is a good man. You're going to be like surrounded by a lot of good men, or a lot of like men with like healthy masculinity, you know? You're going to be surrounded by healthy masculine energy, and it's going to like make you trust men again, or it's going to, I don't know, there's something about, because the true honest reason why this whole world is in chaos is because there's toxic femininity that is fighting against toxic masculinity, and it's like, you know. But if the feminine steps into her divine energy, and if the man steps into his divine masculine energy, that's when harmony on earth is being restored, you know. So yeah, for a lot of you guys, I feel like you could be meeting a man that is emotionally intelligent, self-reflective, which is a big change because you have been surrounded by men that didn't, like, they had like toxic masculinity. So maybe you experienced toxic masculinity and you're going to experience divine masculine energy is what I'm picking up here. Even if you are a man, you're also going to be surrounded by other men that maybe have a good perspective of women, or they have like a healed perspective of women, or there could even be a big change where, I don't know, something about where maybe there's a big change in the way you see men. So yeah, something about a special man could come into your life, or someone who's going to see you as a special man is what I'm picking up here as well, which could be the reason why I talked about like you're going to go on a lot of dates. Okay, but again, I feel like overall you're going to be surrounded by like masculines that are like not toxic, even like a community of masculines that are divine and not toxic, that are spiritual and not toxic. Okay, okay, for some of you guys, take that with a grain of salt. Okay, this is not going to be for everybody and their mama. I knew it, because we have compliments from an admirer. For someone here, if you know you are not in contact with no man or whatever, or nobody right now, there could be a man or a woman who you met, and when you met them, they were toxic, or they still had toxic traits. I'm going to be honest. They were half divine and half toxic. So one foot was in the divine realm and the other foot was still in some type of toxic energy. There could be a man or a woman around you that felt like they couldn't forget you ever since they met you, because I feel like you briefly met a man or a woman and you felt like you liked them, but then like they acted toxic, or they ghosted you, or they just vanished, or they acted weird, or they told you they don't have time or whatever. Again, this is not going to be for everybody and their mama. This man or this woman had a spiritual awakening. When they met you, they felt something that they never felt before. And they have been going through an awakening behind the scenes. And they have become a divine masculine or a divine feminine behind the scenes. Okay. And they could be coming back into your life. So they're going to come back as a changed man or as a changed woman. Again, not for everybody and their mama, okay? But it's for somebody. a big change could also be that a man is changing because he has a feeling that you are the one for him, or a woman is changing because she has a feeling that you are the one for her. Okay, so they are becoming divine, coming out of their toxic energy because they want to be with you. This could have been also been going on behind the scenes where I'm hearing, I'm a changed man. So there's like an energy of like a changed man or a changed woman that is coming to you or coming back into your life.
Yeah, you could have even said to someone like, I don't like that guessing game, or why don't you say how you really feel, or like, I don't know, like, I know you're thinking something, or why don't you tell me what is in your mind? Like, you could have said something to somebody that made somebody feel like they're not authentic, or they're not the real them, or they're like showing you a mask. Like, you literally made someone feel like, oh my God, pile number 3 sees me, but pile number 3 also sees my mask. So someone knows that you see their mask, and someone knows that you see the real them, like a man or a woman in your life, and they feel like they don't want to wear a mask around you, but they got so used to wearing a mask. Or again, like something about like a toxic trait. Maybe you told them like, I don't know, like, you don't even like partying. Why do you do that every weekend? Because you know him in his soul. Like, you don't even like partying. Why do you do it every weekend? And they know, like, they do that because of like peer pressure. But they were so used to that lifestyle, and they have realized, like, it's true, I really don't like partying. I don't even know why I do that every weekend, you know? And they're realizing, like, you really see them. You really see them. Maybe even when they don't see themselves, you see them, or you saw them when they didn't see themselves. And I feel like that's the reason why they're like, there is a man or a woman changing because they want to be with you, is what I'm trying to say, okay? For someone here.
Okay, is what I'm picking up, because maybe I feel like you did tell somebody like that you don't like how fake they are, or you don't understand why. I don't know, I feel like you said something to somebody and they had a spiritual awakening. So they could have chosen to become a hater just like everybody else. They've chosen the divine path. They've chosen to evolve. So you said something to them that made them feel like, I'm fake as fuck. Pile number 3 is right. I'm fake as fuck. Why am I lying? Why am I pretending that I don't like pile number 3 when I actually do? And they have been going through an initiation. They've gone through a spiritual awakening, and they have become a divine masculine or a divine feminine. Okay, so if you notice that you are being recommended divine feminine, divine masculine readings, it's because you literally have a man around you that is stepping into his divine masculine energy right now, or a female that is stepping into a divine feminine energy right now. So those readings could be, you could be drawn to those readings a lot the next couple of like months and weeks, is what I'm picking up here. Okay, could be also another change. Maybe you never watched those readings. My thing, pile number 3, I'm also hearing your reputation could be changing. There could be a big change when it comes to your reputation, because I feel like there has been a lot of gossip about you as to that you're cocky, or like, I don't know, something about where I feel like there was a lot of gossip about you, how you're not a good person. But every person that but I feel like this was a lot of gossip that came from people that were mad at you, so they were biased. So they didn't look at you as an individual itself. They were just looking at you like, oh, you know, like, you don't like my boyfriend, and now I'm mad at you, and now I cannot like see you as a person. Now I see you as an enemy. So I feel like there could also be a change in your reputation, where a lot of people talked about how you're cocky, or how you're this and how you're that, how you're, I don't know, whatever, like you look down upon people, whatever they said. Okay, because I'm being brought to what's the gossip about you, pick a card readings. Maybe there was a lot of like, maybe you watched the what's the gossip about you, pick a card reading, and there was a lot of bad stuff, like where a lot of people say a lot of bad stuff about you, you know? And I feel like this big change could also be about like how your personality is going to be so visible to people, or who you really are is going to be so visible to people, but it's almost as if you allow people to see you for the first time in a long time or ever. So now that you show yourself to people who you really are, and what you really think, and what you really believe in, I feel like there's like I'm hearing the tone is going to change, or there's going to be a lot of like good gossip about you, whereas before there was only bad gossip about you. But now again, it's going to be, the bad gossip is going to be equal to the good gossip about you, is what I'm picking up, because it says you will be playing a different role. Okay, so I'm hearing again your road could be changing. Something about your role in a friend circle, your role in a community could be changing, but it is because you now know who you are. You know how in Lion King, Simba didn't know who he was, and he had to remember, and then he realized he's supposed to be a good king and rule the kingdom and protect the lions from the hyenas, you know, but he had to realize that this is his purpose and that he's supposed to do that. So it's almost as if because you realize what your role is, you're also gonna find a place in a community, and it's gonna be visible what your role is, because it's visible to you what your role is, or it's visible to you what your purpose is. So it's also gonna be visible to other people what your purpose is, and there's not gonna be so much gossip and wishy-washy energy, why you're really here, or what really is your intention, or what is really why are you really doing this, you know, this wishy-washy energy of I don't know why pile number 3 is like that. I don't know why they act like that. No, it's going to be so visible that you have a role, or there's a purpose behind what you do. And it's going to be visible to a lot of people, to the point where people are like, yeah, pile number 3 is the one that always speaks the truth. Or pile number 3 is the one that we go to when we need a reality check. Pile number 3 is the one where we go to when we want to know, you know, if our boyfriend is, you know, a divine masculine or not. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of and then people can decide whether or not they want to be around you, but your purpose or your role or your position is not going to change based upon what other people want from you. But again, there's something about your purpose being very visible, not just to yourself, but also to other people. So there's going to be less wishy-washy, what is her purpose? What is her agenda? What is pile number 3's agenda? It's going to be visible what your agenda is, because it's visible to you. You make it visible to the world, and then the world is going to be oh yeah, that's pile number 3, you know. There's no wishy-washy and pile number 3 is two-faced, you don't really know what she wants, or you don't really know, you know, I don't know, that's what I'm picking up here. You're going to feel you found your role in a community, you found your position in a community, you found yourself in a community. That's another thing that I'm picking up here as well. Maybe you found yourself in isolation. This big change is you finding yourself in a community. Who are you in a community? You know how every bee has to do something in a beehive? Every bee has her position and what she needs to do to make the whole beehive thrive and shine. So I feel maybe you realized okay, this is my purpose, but you maybe realized it in isolation, or you realized it with not many people around you, but now you know, okay, that's me. And now you're also gonna find your you, who you are, in a community that you want to be in. Not just in a community that is around you by force, by circumstances. No, a community that you want to be surrounded by, and what your role is in that community. Okay. I do feel this is the end of identity crisis. No more identity crisis, pile number 3, if I could keep it short and simple. Okay. And no more people trying to cause an identity crisis, because they feel insecure about who they are, so they want to make you feel insecure about who you are. No more, okay, is what I'm picking up here. This stuff here, I'm also hearing you're going to have an abundant amount of time, okay? Possibly because maybe you're going to really figure out your time management, and then you're going to realize I have more than enough time for everything if I'm really on top of my time management. Is what I'm picking up here too. You could be realizing where you thought you didn't have time for something, but you actually do if you time everything properly, or if you have a good time management. So you're going to be realizing, oh my god, I have so much time if I organized everything properly. I have so much time to meet all of my friends, or I have so much time to explore 3 more hobbies. I have so much time to spend time with my boyfriend, but also achieve so much in my career, you know. That's what I'm picking up here as well. You could be realizing how you mismanaged your time, and how when you do manage your time, you have so much time that you didn't know you did have at hand. For other stuff, this could also be connected to a job where you maybe make the same amount of money but less hours. Something about you might even have an abundant amount of time with this big change, or you making a change is going to bring you an abundant amount of time, is what I'm picking up here. Or again, you're having time to meet all of your friends. just because you switch something up is what I'm picking up here, okay? So there's something about an abundant amount of time and how much happiness it brings to you that you have an abundant amount of time. That abundant amount of time could even be the reason why you have a good work-life balance, or why you have a good balance between love and career or motherhood, but also time for yourself, you know? Something like that is what I'm picking up here as well. So you could be very happy about a lot of time, or having time for everything that you want to have time for. Is what I'm picking up here as well, okay? Yeah, I'm also picking up here, maybe this big change could also have something to do with you approaching people. Maybe you, for some of you guys, I feel like you are overcoming a social anxiety. So if you had a social anxiety, or if you were an introvert, can I be honest, I feel like you're coming out of your introverted energy. You might still be an introvert, but you might realize that you are also a little bit of an extrovert. So for some of you guys, you're going to be full-blown, I'm out of my introverted phase, I'm ready to be an extrovert, I'm ready to be surrounded by extroverts. For others of you, you're going to realize you are an introvert and an extrovert at the same time, and how you can experience both and be happy. Kind of like where if you only are an introvert, you're sad, but if you're only an extrovert, you're also sad. So if you find the golden middle of like, this weekend I'm an introvert and this weekend I'm an extrovert, you're gonna feel like happy, you know, and you're gonna feel like, okay, that's who I am. I'm an introvert and an extrovert, because when I said I was an extrovert, this wasn't me, and when I said I was an introvert, this was also not me. I'm both, you know. But yeah, for others of you, this big change could be that you are becoming an extrovert because you are surrounded by the right people, and that's why the extrovert comes out of you, you know, is what I'm picking up here. Or again, realizing that you are an introvert and an extrovert, and then realizing this is who I am, and now I know who I am. Because I was confused. Am I an introvert? Am I an extrovert? But both doesn't make me happy, so I'm confused. You know, you're no longer confused. Like, I'm both. That's what I'm picking up here. And how you can like incorporate both of those energies in your life. And again, no more identity crisis. See what I mean? That's what I'm picking up here too, okay? And again, for others of you, this is full-blown going into your extroverted energy, like realizing like, oh my god, I really enjoy like starting conversations or whatever, because I don't feel the pressure anymore to say the right thing, because I don't give a fuck if they like me or not. You know, if they don't like me, I'm just gonna walk away. And then you're gonna realize, oh my god, like a lot of people actually like me. You know, that's what I'm picking up. And then you're going to be more encouraged to even start more conversations with other people. And it's going to be like, oh, it's so easy for me to start conversations. That's what I'm picking up here too, okay? Anyway, I talk too much. Part number 3, that's all I have for you guys. I hope you like this reading. I hope this helped you. I'm going to see you in my next one. And I wish you a lovely, lovely day. Bye.